Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to our first OP16 event for the One Piece card game. I'm joined with Jake. How you doing, Jake?
I'm doing good. I am so excited for this. I have just been itching for OP16, especially just coming off of LA, just like you know, rounding out the OP15. So I'm pretty excited for this.
Yeah, it should be a really good time. There's sincerely a lot of decks to talk about and look at, especially, you know, since we're only like a couple weeks behind from Japan right now. It's just good. There's just good time to be a One Piece player. There's so many different decks. And to
deck
be a
building
coper.
is so interesting. And to be a what? Sorry?
To be a coper.
Oh, yeah. This is the finest time to try to see like what your greatest concoction can handle within the meta right now.
Yeah. So also, this is sponsored by EXP Share Collectibles, which I really appreciate. They they helped us get some product for this, which we kind of prizing is like most of the most important things for a tournament. So happy that they were able to check it out. Links in the chat, pinned comment, as well as the description on the YouTube side if you want to check out what they've got. And especially they do get a good amount of like One Piece product and Gundam product and a lot of other stuff. So I really, again, appreciate what they do. So, Jake, you might have been muted.
Oh, no. I just, yeah.
No, you're good.
Oh, nice. I'm not muted now.
No, yeah. I saw your mouth moving, and, you know, there have been potential times where you've been muted.
You know, sometimes you just get so anxious of, you know, like trying to, like, I'm ready to watch games. I'm ready to see games that, like, things just happen.
No, I get it. I'm well aware. But let's go into our first round. It's going to start in 1 minute. Was there a table? I know that you said that you want to try to find a Shanks game for round one, which I think.
Yeah, I am a firm believer that Shanks is not a real deck. So I'm going to be seeing round one how Shanks can actually do, because I do think it's interesting. Table 22.
Let's see. 22. Okay. Yeah, it always surprises me. Someone gets all the way to the tournament starting, and then they don't have the One Piece roll. So they're like, what a tough time to be a.
It's also going to be just really curious in this event in general to try to see how players do. Because, I mean, if you watch the Chinois Cups as well, like as time goes on, like the winners just feel like there's a variety of different decks right now that can just be successful in the format. The gap between like Enel, Nami, the rest of the decks just feel way tighter than it used to be. But looks like going up against Teach, and especially with Teach, I've been playing a lot of Teach as of late, and a lot of friends have been telling me no stage, no gain. So starting out with the stages is exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, and we're playing with Shanks, who got Shanks has always had like such a weird reputation in this game where like even when he was quote unquote good, like people are still like, man, he's the bad what is it, like the worst good deck we've ever had, where the consistency's not always there. He's got a lot of great effects for sure, but and is really defensive, but some decks just don't really care about that, and if you brick, then you super brick with it.
Yeah, but I mean, especially with the new Ben Beckman that's come out in OP, a little bit more powerful attacks, you know, control the board a bit in different situations and be able to just play around with a lot of different ideas. But Teach is going to be off to a good start after Shanks not playing out any Utas or anything on the searches, is not only going to have that full lead to be able to use every single turn to cycle through the deck, but a Lafitte to start out is going to be really nice to try to maintain a little bit of life in the early stages.
All right, and I'm going to furiously update all the graphics here. Per usual, it's a little bit of a hot start for these events just because we do like a late registration, but I appreciate everyone coming out to this. We got a full cap of 64 players, so we will have a full 6 rounds, assuming no nonsense, which I guess we can never count nonsense out, but we'll try our best to.
So Blackbeard pitching on the full lead, a four-cost Burgess. I know that's something that's been some people believe in four-cost Burgess, but some people are not fans of that. But I feel like the general trend in the last week or so is more and more people playing that card. So revealing that early kind of gives you a better idea of what the build is, and getting a Van Auger down too. It's going to be really nice. He might be able to just use Lafitte again in the next turn. If this Shanks swings at the Lafitte, you could just redirect with Blackbeard's leader effect and, just have it hit that Van Auger.
Yeah, and like you probably did the same thing in Las Vegas, right? Last weekend of OP15 being the main set, a lot of people going to Peoria and also like Toronto the week afterwards. And I asked a lot of people like, what deck are you playing? And a lot of the thing is like, man, I want to play Teach, but I don't know what the list is yet. And that's kind of like more of the future of this game, where like day one formats are going to be a really real thing. And, there's decks like Teach where you're like, oh, obviously this deck is good enough to win, but you have to like being able to be confident with your build day one is going to be very, very tough to do.
Oh, exactly. I mean, if you roll up in this tournament to a Teach deck, are they running Borsalino? Are they running 9-cost Boa? Are they running Teach? There's just so many ways to be able to do it, as you're saying. And I mean, it's just so cool to see, even if some of the early turns are a little bit more predictive, right? Maybe trying to play like a PRBO2 4-cost Shuryu or Katarina Devon, which I believe is that card right there that we just found off of the Lafitte. Katarina, just a really nice card to be able to play if you want to Fordon body onto the field in the early game.
All right, there we go. So getting a top 3 search, man. Someone was waiting for this deck to come back, huh? Just you see the wanted posters, you see the, it's my era, the whole thing. Thinking about on the top 3 search, all of them are searchable. Looks like it's going to have to be the 10 cost. It's super nasty, and one thing that I've really kind of noticed with this deck too is that it has like a really good aggressive win condition, right? Something that I don't think the black like mono black leader had as much, where like the Z ha 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 into even just like 10 drop to turn off a blocker ends up being like really devastating.
And not only that, just like hard playing a 10-cost Teach down onto the field. I feel like in a lot of the testing that I've done in the early stages with Blackbeard is 10-cost Teach is way more of an attacker in this deck than it really ever was. It felt like in OP09 Teach, which I think has been like a really pleasant surprise in the late stages of the game. But getting that life after swinging 7, now getting a Vasco shot down onto the field is going to have to force both of these Shanks to swing at the Lafitte if they really want to get rid of it. And especially on the odd curve for Teach, he can play Shuryu and then tap one for Lafitte to just find another card. Like the value this Lafitte is getting is huge right now in this game.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the card in the decks that I've played. I know that it's it doesn't have a trigger, right? So it's like a little bit tough to it's my era. It does have a trigger, right? So there's a debate for it, but there's just so many times where it will let me draw a card. Also, if you do use the ha 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 ha, you're able to play it for 8 and then using the other 2 Dawn to play Lafitte and find something, which I think is also just very valuable.
Interesting taking that life, in my opinion, instead of maybe redirecting into the Vasco shot, because we could have actually avoided this swing right now that Eric is doing over here with the Shanks, the 4-cost Shanks on the field. We still have the redirect option, but now if we like redirect into Vasco shot, we're not going to get any value off of there, even if we did get a trigger of Katarina to draw a card and play another Vasco shot. But we're just quickly going down to 2, maybe a trigger, depending on what it is. If it's a Shuryu, I would only trigger it if we had maybe another one in the hand.
Yeah, draw 2 super nice. I mean, it's the main reason why a lot of people are playing like the Baby 5 2K. You don't have a great way to put it into your life outside of like 8-drop Teach, but it's just never like a super dead card.
So now going in, tapping 6-4 Trafalgar Law. This PRBO2 Trafalgar Law, I'm seeing more and more in these Shanks lists, and it's really nice to kind of see its comeback as like a sticky body on the field that can do some power reduction on that when attacking.
I love this card when I play the deck, and when they play it on curve against me, I am upset. It is a very good card right now.
It's not necessarily going to matter against this board specifically,
sure,
but could be really nice in combination, especially if a Shiryu does come down. You could do like a Trafalgar Law power minusing into Ben Beckman to be able to trash the Shiryu, which could be really good because Teach, I mean, although it's a little bit of a slow buildup, when it starts spiraling, it's so good. So going to start out with the Lafitte to look at that top 5, trying to find another piece of the puzzle.
I'm kind of surprised they've just continued to let them use this Lafitte here, right? Am I? Do you think I'm a little off base? Like I would have at least sent like one attack into it, right?
I think it's actually really difficult to swing into Lafitte if you don't have any like 1-drop searchers on the field, and because we whiffed on Uta in the early turns of the game, it's actually just really hard with the redirect to do it. I feel like maybe next turn you could go in and swing at the Lafitte, but there's also kind of a certain point where Lafitte stops mattering as much.
Sure.
So how much do you really want to swing into it? But there's also potentially value of like, because your 10-drop Shanks are going to come in with Rush, right? That 12,000 power swing. Maybe you just want to push them as hard as you can in the early stages before a lot of your effects and characters get shut down, right? From their 10 cost each, which we know Thomas has, I think, 2 in hand at this point.
All right, and we are at what? I think we're at 6 opened on because we're at 7 total because Shanks did go second, right? So I also think this is a deck where both decks do like to get to 10 Dawn. So Shanks being able to do that first is nice. I also think like 10-drop Shanks is like weirdly trades into 10-drop Teach blockers kind of nice because not only is it a 12k, but like the minus 1k across the board means they have to really respect that card. But I don't know. We'll see. See the
especially with the late stages, you know, when you're both dropping 10 drops, one of the big things that Teach is really good at with the 10 drops is not only blocking one time, but redirecting another attack into it. And so if you get enough power minusing on the field, well, the blocker, you're going to have to give up some cards, and the redirect onto the 12 or onto the 10 cost, you're going to have to give up more cards. So it's going to be on this Teach to build up cards in hand early, but swinging 7 means that we're not going to get a Shiryu down onto the field right now.
Yeah, and I guess with the 4, maybe going to play Burgess. You know, it's a debate of like, do we play Shiryu on curve, but we don't get to, you know, attack meaningfully. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to use our Shanks blocker effect and then leader effect. So +2 off the discard and then -1 off the leader. So 1 card we're able to get out of it.
Yeah, very good efficiency, but actually decides to counter one with the Uta instead of using leader effect, which I think is kind of interesting. We could have kept another card in hand, but playing down that Burgess, as you were mentioning, because of the 8 cards or over 8 cards, I think there's 9 in total in the trash right now. It's going to be plus 2,000 power for this Burgess, and it's only going to go up from here.
Yeah, and Burgess does have the protection effect from... What is it? Is it KO or being removed in general?
It is KO'd, so you could use this Trafalgar Law to actually get rid of this Burgess, which would be a big deal. There's no 5-cost Kuzans from, I believe it was OP10 in this deck, so can't really bring back this Burgess once it gets in the trash, so that could be a really good swing at this point. Yeah, we see that when attacking -2 on that Burgess to put it back to 5,000 power. Still got to fulfill this swing.
All right, we're going to get the redirect onto the Vasco shot. We're going to get a draw 1, and then we're going to get the rest on the Shanks. Yeah.
Now, this Vasco shot's going to be really, really good in this matchup to deal with that 4-cost Shanks, but looks like we're going to be tapping all but one of the Dawn for that Ben Beckman, like we were talking about. And Burgess, I mean, already fanning towards it. He's like, I know that this card is going in the trash. Yeah.
Yeah, and the issue is that, like, I think because they can't, the biggest issue with this was that because you could not get rid of the law, you're just like, well, no matter what I play, like the removal's there, right? I can't play something with 9k power or more at this point, so I kind of just have to say that whatever you're playing, you're going to get rid of. But just it's really, you know, tough to have to be like, ugh, I'm going to play this card so you can get rid of it. And then we also have a Ben Beckman. We searched off the Uta, which we're going to 8 Dawn to 10 at the end of this turn, or at the start of next turn. So that's also just devastating to see.
Yeah, I feel like the end game for this Shanks deck is really just Beckman Shanks every single turn. Just get that blocker and the 10 cost onto the field. And we'll see Teach. I mean, 2 life, only a Vasco shot on the field. He's got to play at least an 8-drop teach on this turn, or else it could go downwards fast.
Yeah.
Especially with all the searching, you'd imagine that he's probably got one in hand at this point. And especially if you attach one to maybe leader swing 6, it forces either a card. It forces a card pretty much out of hand if you're swinging at lead, no matter what, whether that's the 4-cost Shanks effect or maybe like leader 1K in a sense. So that's probably your best avenue at this point. But Eric is still sitting at 4 life right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 8-drop's like not terrible, but again, like you can. That's 6-drop Shanks, or the law is just so like you don't have any way to search it. It's only really good if you play it on curve, but when you do, the game is completely different for Shanks. Like it is such a strong card for so many matchups, including this one.
Especially because we already revealed the Ben Beckman, the 10-drop Shanks that KOs the 10,000 power character or less is super relevant right now, right? If we play a 8-cost teach secret rare right now on the field, well, it's just going to get blown up, right? From that Shanks. So it's such a big swing turn from right now. And especially with that Trafalgar Law established, it's an immediate target for the 10 drops as well. So now your 10-drop Shanks are going to be able to swing more than likely. Your 4-drop Shanks is going to be a blocker at most times because, you know, with that Trafalgar Law, like you're saying, on curve, it is such a devastating card. Minus 2,000 power puts 10-drop teaches in range for this 10-cost Shanks from OP16, I think it was.
Yeah. And think about top 3 off of the full LED stage search. And looks like we are going to get the Von Augur there. A nice little... I'm happy that that card gives like the minus 3k to a leader as well. Like it is like a really good like trigger, and also just 1-drop to play if you got nothing else. But we're going to play out the 8-drop Marshall DTeach, looking at the top 3. We get to put any of one of those into life.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about like what the best card is to be able to get right here.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure.
You get like some niceties from what, like a draw 2 from Baby 5 or a Shiryu. I mean, I don't even know like what, like maybe being able to play something to play off. But yeah, we're gonna just play out the Vasco shot. We don't want to attack with leader because we could have used the extra Dawn for 6k added, but I think we also know that there's going to be a nasty potential play next turn.
Yeah, and it's all going to depend on if he's got that Shanks in hand that we've been talking about from OP06 to just delete this teach from the field entirely. But starting out with the 1, the Uta is a good start to be able to find it if you don't have it already.
Yeah, so like this is like the other like flexible thing that Ben Beckman lets you do. Normally, like if you don't have the 10-drop Shanks you want, you can't play it. But since the full combo is what, 6 Dawn, you get a little bit of flexibility. But we're gonna use it to get a 2k off the top there. Hopefully,
looks
we
like
do
that's
have
Hongo.
Yeah.
Hongo being put into hand. Trying to think, the Van Augur is going to be nice at least to be able to minus 1,000 or 3,000 power somewhere, but with Ben Beckman and Trafalgar Law being both at 7, they'll just be it could just be 1 Dawn that you have left over from this Ben Beckman to just continue to swing. Blackbeard is very what's the word that I'm looking for, is very susceptible to just like small swing coming at you to eat a card every single turn, especially before board is established. So that could be the downfall here. But starting out with the swing from that Ben Beckman that we were talking about, see what Thomas decides to do with this 7,000 power attack. I like holding the 5 Ben Beckman in the hand as of right now. You don't want that to get negated by, like, if 8-cost teach put another 8-cost teach inside the life. Wouldn't lose out on that blocker.
Yeah, but it looks like we're just going to continue to attack here. I mean, like, we were just talking about, like, the consistency. There's a good chance that we don't actually have a big 10-drop Shanks that we'd want to play right now, which is unfortunate, but, I mean, we've gotten the tempo so far, but there are just these times with Shanks you're just like, man, I am in such a good position, but I can't get my my next pieces set up, you know?
So using leader effect to hit into the Vasco shot instead of life to rest that 4-drop blocker. Now going in with a 5,000 power swing from leader. It's just going to 2K out of it, giving up a lot of 2Ks on these attacks. And what you were talking about with the Ben Beckman, you could even just play out a different 10 cost Shanks. It honestly doesn't need to be the one that deletes, but we're actually attaching 3 and swinging with this Uta that we played last turn. So going in and tapping 6 in total. I think maybe skipping a quick step of the Ben Beckman. Oh, actually opts for a Trafalgar Law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could just be wrong. I just don't think we have a 10-drop Shanks to play. Like, it's unfortunate and seems kind of unlikely in a deck like this one where we've played a couple Utas, but, you know, we've made it this far off, I would say, kind of the optimal plays, but when you have very few ways to guarantee your, you know, your optimal play pattern, this happens with Shanks so much.
One of the reasons why a lot of people are running that red-haired pirate search event, right? That one-cost event that I'm actually forgetting the name of that I need to learn now that everybody's playing it.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it makes sense, but also, like, the trigger for that card, it says draw 1. Like, almost every other searcher in the same capacity would say something like, you know, look at the top 5 for it. But, yeah, he's not that.
Now going for this 10,000 power attack. It looks like it's going at the Shanks blocker. 6,000 power swing. We've already used leader effect, so we still have the Shanks effect if we want to try to keep this guy alive and get out of it. It's a 6,000 power body, so it is pretty valuable on the attack. Especially with a lot of 2Ks given so far from Thomas. So is using leader effect, it looks like, from that Shanks blocker. Is going to give up a 9-drop Shanks. So he did have a Shanks in hand. He's just very much favoring the Trafalgar Law power minusing. It looks like the attack was actually going at that rested Trafalgar Law because that Shanks effect and a 2K is going to be able to get out of that attack. And only 3 cards in hand. Now the 10-drop comes in. 10-drop is going to be able to negate leader and something. Why didn't we start? I feel like we should have started out the turn with this before we started swinging in general.
Yeah, it depends on, like, what we wanted to hit with, right? The fact that we didn't, like, also, we're not playing, like, the Zaha off of it is kind of rough, too. But it looks like if we are going to use the effect on strictly one of the laws, then, like, you know, if we weren't going to negate the 4-drop Shanks anyways, it's fine, right?
It might have been one of those things, too, that Eric could have been waiting to use the Ben Beckman for a turn when a 10-drop Teach comes out on the field, because you know that he's got the 10-drop Teach in the hand. So maybe just waiting for that moment. But there's that searcher event that I was talking about. I still haven't looked it up.
Come on, we'll fight you is the name of it. So
there we go.
Yeah, in the nicest way, kind of generic, kind of a generic name for sure. So I think it's understood.
Looks like it is going to be that 10 cost rush Shanks, that Shanks minusing 1,000 power. Still very good, as we were talking about earlier, you know, against the Blackbeard blockers, being able to kind of make the difference in the cost with that power, or in the power with the minusing that can go on, making it an 11,000 power blocker. It's not as free of a block as it typically is for this deck.
Yeah. All right. I think we probably have to start with the Shanks. Yeah. Or sorry, attacking with the law for Shanks. So Likely giving the minus 2k to the active teach blocker.
Gonna put it down to a 10,000 power character. He's going to go ahead and take the life. Is going to trigger that A cost teach. I did think about it. I was like, man, the A cost teach could be in life. And there it is.
Yeah. And
going to be able to negate the something and then KO the 4 cost Shanks.
Yeah. I mean, we put that in there, I think, forever ago, right? So it's also wild to me that, like, it's crazy to see, like, Gecko Moria and this teach both, you know, boss monsters, even without a trigger, would have been fantastic cards, but just out of random, if you need like an additional effect off of life, they're just so good.
And the effect is great too, because you can negate one character and then KO another character, which can be very strong. But this Ben Beckman is strong in itself, being able to play out onto the field. And there's that Bomb Shanks, I believe it was, from OP16, is going to get rid of that blocker teach before he's got a chance to block with it.
Yeah, so
he's going to...
That must be why we didn't use it last turn, right? We wanted to be able to get rid of the 10-drop teach, right? Which would have been like a little bit too early. Obviously, getting rid of the 8-drop teach would have been fine too, but I respect the decision.
And also, it makes a lot of sense because if you establish a second Trafalgar Law over on the Shanks side, they can only negate one of the Trafalgar Laws with the 10 cost teach. So you kind of have this like guaranteed way to be able to get that power minusing. And good job fixing that real quick. The My Era cards do go to the trash when they are used. They are not put at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go, let's look like a big 8. It's going to be our last attack for the turn because the Shanks was played this turn, Ben Beckman was played this turn, and Law was hit by the effect. I get the redirect to the 10k. It doesn't matter, but again, Shanks is looking pretty good. 4 life right now to 1. You got a pretty wide board of, I'd say, difficult to interact with cards as well. 10-drop teach wouldn't be too bad. I think we kind of need to find the Zaha to maybe get some value, but yeah, just so much tempo. Oh.
It's just a really tough position right now because with a 10 cost...
Real quick. All right, real quick. So they added My Air Begins with My Air Begins, which is not a target you can get through that. So my apology. I just also did not recognize that. So and the reason they grabbed it was because they needed a trigger, because they didn't have a trigger in hand. So we're just giving them a warning. This also is just like the first week of this stuff. I know the cards are kind of old, but also new at the same time. So opponent's okay with it, just getting a warning moving forward. Yeah, otherwise, like if we could rewind it for a card in hand that would have had it, then we would have, but this is just on me for a mildly large locals to say that's fine, we'll give you a warning and move forward with it.
So going in and swinging at the Ben Beckman with that teach, I feel like I would have wanted to swing at the Law. I feel like the Law presents the biggest problem. Ben Beckman doesn't necessarily do much. So interesting. But yeah, especially now because we chose the 10 drop on the 12,000 power teach, because it is a very dangerous attacking threat. Now those Trafalgar Laws are just going to have a field day, being able to power minus the blocker beard and really present some problems on these attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, I said it as soon as the first Trafalgar Law hit the board. I'm like, this card is a menace, and it has done so much for our removal aspects. We're going to go 7. We're going to give the -2 to the standing blocker teach. So once again, it's a 10k. Could be in range for it. Looks like a trigger. Oh, okay, that does get rid of the Beckman. All right, 8-drop teach from the life.
Is going to get rid of that Beckman, and now you do have an opportunity to block and then maybe redirect. So if you've got like one counter card in hand, I don't think you'll lose this game, or this turn, I should say.
Yeah, we're just going to block with the teach while we still can.
So the tricky thing about like teach, especially in the end game, is you don't have a way to just be able to jam 15 at lead with a redirect option, but another Ben Beckman to get out that rush Shanks that we know is in the hand from the searches earlier is going to be very nice to be able to get in. But no, ends up for the bomb Shanks, is going for the slow game, right? I mean, you're still sitting at 3 life. There's no worry about being safe, right?
Yeah.
It's better to be safe 100% than rather like 90%.
Yeah, so we're going to go big 9. We're just going to get the redirect into the Vasco, or into the Von Augur, which I think that the other teach could have gone the redirect, unless we get the -2, we split it, which I don't think we split the difference for it, but yeah, regardless, this is a really tough spot for Thomas.
So going in on the search, is that a Shuryu? I think maybe
it's either a Shuryu
that was
or
grabbed off of it.
Yeah, it's a shiny yellow card, is what I.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what you could do at this point, especially because you went to 0. You know, now you're even in Roger range. You know, you got to think about that with red cards as well.
Yeah.
But
and we're gonna
looks like just scooping it up.
Yeah, we're gonna scoop it up too. So that was a game. And honestly, I think Thomas did a pretty good job at just trying to adapt to it. But again, when Shanks like sees every card in the right order, like you feel like, what am I supposed to do about this deck? And I think that Eric played it well. I think also like the temptation to play the 10-drop on curve was very high, but being able to save it to make sure that you got rid of their 10-drop teaches 2 times in a row ended up making quite the difference.
Yeah, I think just a really good heads-up play of prioritizing that second Trafalgar Law to get yourself in a position of like, okay, if I have 2 Trafalgar Laws here, you can only negate one of them from this -2,000 power attack, and it's going to set up so well for these KO on play KO 10,000 power characters, Shanks, to be able to remove these blockers and negate kind of your double block or pseudo double blocking effect that you can do in the end game with this deck. Really, really good job by Eric.
Yeah, and Eric, our Shanks player, did end up winning that one. Yeah, just super good tempo and very good being able to know what Teach is kind of linear in the end game of like what they want to do. So knowing that you have answers to their big bad boys, like any deck that can remove 10-drop Teach is already, I think has an advantage.
Oh yeah, like I mean, thank goodness Red Rock's not in the format anymore for Teach, right? Because it would be a huge target for Red Rock if it still existed.
I'm jumping through a couple other tables real quick. See what's left playing. We only got like 5 minutes left in the round. Let's see. I think this one's done. I think a lot of these are done already. But want to make sure.
I did kind of eat my words a little bit in there because I think I did say at the beginning that I think that Shanks is a little bit of a not overly relevant deck, but it was pretty convincing in that one, and that kind of feels like how it's always been for Shanks in a sense, right? Shanks has always been kind of this like, okay, do I have the cards on curve? Am I able to play out this game plan? Do I just have them to be able to utilize? And when you do get that game plan going, you can definitely roll.
Yeah, and I think I was like telling you, like even if it's best, right? Shanks was kind of known as like the best worst deck, or the worst best deck in the format. Sometimes like people would be like, man, why is this deck good? It doesn't feel. It feels like when my opponent plays, it's unbeatable, and when I play it, it's incredibly beatable. And I think that sentiment still just kind of carries over a little bit. Where again, if you see you have the tools to do everything correctly, but you are just kind of sometimes watching the game in front of you. Let's see, and we're going to. It looks like a Teach versus Blue Yellow Nami. I'm gonna guess that we've got 2.5 minutes left in rounds, so this one's gonna go a little bit longer.
This is a slow burn of a matchup in my opinion, just simply because, Nami has such good longevity in terms of healing, but especially for Blackbeard, once you get those 10 cost teaches out and make Nami a forceful 5,000 power leader for an entire turn, you can start stacking up these swings and you can really punish them in a lot of situations. It looks like the Gecko Moria was the option for the character for the teach. So you could just whittle them down, make them a 5,000 power leader through the turn, and really just apply the pressure once you start stacking up these 10 drops. Sure, you being on the field is an 8,000 power swing. I think this is Teach favored, but it's always a close one, it feels like, especially when Nami plays stuff like that 5-cost Secret Rare Luffy that we saw leave the field last turn.
Yeah, I mean, unlike a lot of decks right now, I think Nami lives and dies literally based off its leader effect. And so being able to interact like that with, unlike any other leader really can right now, our deck, that ends up being important. So looks like we are playing it out. Also, I think if I was doing some extra number crunching too, I think Teach is the most played leader in this event by quite a bit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, it is definitely a one that needs practice. I think it's very similar in a sense to the old mono black Teach from OP09, where you have to be so committed to your resources to know exactly what cards you need to pitch, how much you need to counter when playing specific things down on the field, or even putting in life right through stuff like Shiryu or 8-cost Teach, things like that. So it's a deck that needs a lot of reps, but starting out with this 5,000 power swing, looks like it is going to be a secret rare Teach trigger. So going to negate a body, it's perfect for that 5-cost Nami to prevent it from getting that on KO effect when you get rid of it on the field.
All right, and we are approximately time in round 2. As well. Yeah, we got about 1 minute left. We're a little bit slow on it, but yeah. What was your? I was gonna say, when we were playing in OP15, I felt like most matches, the game was around 20 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes, pretty consistently. Sometimes even Nami mirror matches, right? You just kind of both have short terms and go back and forth to each other. Do you think this format there's going to be more people going closer to time? Because I think Teach itself is pretty susceptible for doing it and can be kind of tough to grind out the right amount of in 30 to 35 minutes at times.
Yeah, I think in this format, especially with these yellow decks that can just play an 8-cost on the field and heal a card in the top 3, as we're seeing Nami do right there. Now Nami's sitting at 3 life, I believe, to Teach's 1, and that's something that you got to think about. But with no blockers on the side for the Nami right now, no 10-cost new gates or anything of the sort, Teach can get really aggressive in this turn, especially if you've got a couple cards in hand, at least one trigger for a redirect. You can get maybe 4 swings between the leader and every other Teach besides the one you just played.
Yeah. And we got our third Marshal D Teach on the board here. Nami cannot use its leader ability, which is, again, pretty insane. I'm going to also guess that either Moria or Teach can't attack you. They're both approximately the same too. We're going to go 5, using a 2k to get out. 7. If we had the Zahahahaha...
Or 8.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sure, using 8.
Yeah, you're right.
I know, which is crazy, right? His stat line is insane.
Yeah. We got Gecko Moria off the trigger there, so that will let us play out a 4 or less.
We actually don't have very many good 4 or less, I feel like. Oh, maybe. Which one is this?
Zora. Yeah, so playing that there.
I think you got to play over the Hiyori, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's a Zoro. Very good. Getting rid of a Nico Robin to heal 1.
So especially because you can't pitch Nico Robin anyways, for your leader effect that doesn't exist. Now the 12,000 power swings are going to be coming in. It's going to put you down to 1, barring anything else. But a triggered Kiku Nojo is actually huge. Yeah, I'd play this over girl immediately.
Yeah, like this is so nasty. Yeah, I think we're making sure like what was stopped by 10 drop teach.
Yeah. I feel like it would be Gecko Moria 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, because I think that's the card that can't attack next turn anyways, and they're just prioritizing the amount of attacks, not necessarily how big the attacks are.
Yeah, I mean, girl can go in with 10 Dawn and swing 10,000 power if we really wanted to. Only about 1 card in hand for this Nami. And you got to think, especially with the amount of swings, you know, you have the opportunity for a block redirect. And especially that Kiku Nojo, I think, Kiku Nojo and Zoro back-to-back changed a lot of things about the number of swings that can come at you in the next turn. I think Leon only has 3 or 4 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, and they only the 1 life, too, which makes it really tough. So, at least, okay, if you did swing with your other teach blocker, at least it wasn't the turn that the Kiku came out. I would probably think very hard about attacking into Perona, just because I know that the Perona is going to be attacking anyway, so I might as well get rid of the attack before it... You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah.
But...
No, I think that's totally fair. I don't think we know what this final life is on Leon's side, because we've just been playing 10 cost teach every single turn. So maybe trying to set himself up for like a Zehaha in the next turn and a 4th teach to come down on the field for like an OTK kind of style with all these 12,000 power swings, especially if there's no blocker. We could make that happen, but if Evan wanted to, he could maybe take a turn off and no, I don't think Borsalino would actually be very good here.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have the Zehaha, because it's you know, it would have prevented the Moria trigger from happening, which is kind of the waterfall effect of this, right? Moria played Zoro, that healed, that put Kiku Nojo to the top of their life. Like, a very fortunate sequencing for Evan here, and it's going to be very tough. But it looks like we're going to go 7 after blocking the first attack. I think we have to take this in case it's a Vasco shot or something that can play out a Vasco shot that we can get the redirect for, just because that can get another attack out of the way.
Yeah, and I think 7 is typically in the late stages of the game a really good number against Teach, right? Because it's just going to force 2 cards out of hand or your leader effect, one of the 2, if they want to prevent a life or anything like that from being taken. So really thinking about, but looks like is going to take it, as you were mentioning. It is going to be an 8-cost Teach. This is huge. You could maybe like negate 1 and KO Kiku Nojo, right? So to prevent even the heal on that on KO effect, that's going to be pretty nice.
Hey, I mean, like, you know, it got played by a trigger, got removed by a trigger. I think that's fair, right? That's a fair exchange, I think.
Yeah, and especially with now the other body gone, you have a redirect, you have a block, and so if they want to win this game, they've got to play 5-cost Luffy or put Dawn on girl, and the more that they split the Dawn, especially with a couple cards in hand, it looks like 4, you know, you may have enough counter to be able to get out of one of these attacks to be safe within this game.
Yeah, and I think that we saw the Sky Island Luffy earlier on the board. I think it's a really good card in this meta for at least during the early days when we know Teach is very prevalent, because it's like a good surprise attack.
Right. I think the interaction with like Teach, the 8-cost Teach trigger and the 5-cost Luffy is actually something that has to happen if you're the Blackbeard, but looks like he's going to be attaching 4 and swinging 10. Yeah, I feel very comfortable in this game, I think, if I'm Teach right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is time and time, so we're gonna be muted until
And especially with card games in general, if you've been playing card games a long time, you know that a clock is a factor, in the game. And some of the best players are very aware, of clock and how to make sure, when the game is coming close to on the line and you're in that unfavorable position to make that move. So it's a learning experience. And yeah, we're given a little extra time, but especially fundamentally, if you're like fundamentals for at least the teach player in that game, you're like, okay, I had that game. If I can just play a little bit faster, recognize, some situations of, you know, in the future, if I can just replicate that at a faster level, I'm sitting pretty good in that matchup.
Yeah, and I when he switched back, I untoggled the wrong audio, but I'm back. I'm here. So yeah, ended up being Nami had a little more life, so that's the condition for it. Both players are playing like decks that are a little bit grindier, right? I can expect that matchup to go a little bit more into time because of how back and forth it can be, but it's also just like, again, if Teach is able to go off, they're able to, and I think like the biggest factor for that game was really like, again, that sequencing of Gecko Moria into Zoro and then into like the Kikuno just stopped a lot of aggression that could have been from the Teach player.
It put such a huge amount of pressure on Teach in that late stage of the game and really like mandated that 8 cost trigger to be able to get rid of the Kikunojo and really like kind of halt all of this pressure, both decks triggering, great bodies at the last second of those games.
All right. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back, and we'll be there for round number 2. So give you guys a little bit, and we'll be right back. Be right back. Pew. All right, we are back. We're in round number 2. It's going to be Lucy versus Rosinante. Lucy got second place in LA this past weekend, and then Rosinante got second place in Europe the weekend before that. So obviously decks that have done very well in the past, but seeing if they can still hang around in the OP16 format.
And especially with, Rosinante just getting a huge boost in this OP16 set with the entire Navy package, I think makes it like really interesting of a deck, especially because it feels very different than what it was back in the OP14 format. And with Lucy, right, having so much minusing potential, bottom decking potential, things of that nature, Rosinante can protect KOs, but they can't protect bottom decking. So how relevant is that going to be in this matchup? I think it's going to be something that Rosinante has to think about heading into this format.
Yeah, like the barrier pistols, I think sincerely like did a lot of work this past weekend in Los Angeles. It was a very relevant card, and is something that can scale up to get like removal of most cards in the game right now. So we're going to start off with the fist bump, but yeah, I really the purple navy package in Rosie's been like such a welcome surprise. I've been really happy with that as a deck.
It's just provided so much consistency for the deck and so much power with that new Sakazuki SR. But it looks like Lucy is going to be starting out with a Viola to get a Rebecca to do a fair bit of searching on his own for the first couple turns. Now Rosinante going to be doing some searching, starting out with the Rosinante. Going to be looking for a Trafalgar Law specifically, right? A lot of the Navy stuff just finds Navy stuff, but Rosinante searchers find Trafalgar Laws just like the good old days. And so finds that four cost starter deck law. So Lucy definitely going to have to be able to manage the hand size unless they want just Rip Law to happen. And especially with Lucy being a deck that is very good at drawing cards, right? Especially with that leader effect. I wonder if you just kind of accept that a Trafalgar Law Rip could happen at any time.
Yeah, and it's been, again, like so present lately. And I still get hit by it. Like, it needs to be drilled into my head that this card is a problem if I have 7 more cards in my hand. So try to stay at 6. But yeah, I think this is something that card could be quite the matchup determiner when you can just make sure to get a lot of removal. But there's a barrier pistol that we mentioned earlier, added to hand from the Rebecca search.
So now attaching 1 is just going to be making Rebecca a blocker with that Dawn ×1 ability. Now Rosinante going on to the 4 Dawn turn. Has a couple different options of laws that he could play out. Most all of them would be a 4 cost at this point. Whether that's the promo blocker, the starter deck blocker that we saw on the search, or maybe even the new one from OP16.
Yeah, and it's kind of a shame when like, you know, when you are on this even curve, because you don't feel like you get the reduction. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're just gonna go a huge 6 into leader.
That's actually so interesting. Not playing out a body using leader effect on the field, even if you just play out the Trafalgar Law, it could help. But especially maybe with the barrier pistol that was revealed, and we're only at 5 Dawn right now. There could have been a very real chance that you play out that 4 cost 5,000 power Trafalgar Law, and Dylan over on the Lucy side just decides to go ahead and barrier pistol instead of maybe doing something like playing a body.
Yeah, I think like in general, like the pressure is good, but it's I still would feel like kind of forced to play it out just so they have to play out the card there. But we're gonna play out the Cavendish.
That's that beautiful SP version from OP16. So a lot of players checking out their OP16 decks in the first couple rounds. But on that discard of the Memento of Him event before the Cavendish got played out, we did see the reveal of Houndblaze in this list, which is something that several Lucy's have been playing in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I had to like re-look at the art. I'm like, that's not Red Rock, right? that's not a block 1 card in this standard format deck, right?
Yeah, just being able to bottom deck cost 2 or less characters can be so good in a lot of different matchups with little small blockers or just annoying bodies in general, especially with Purple Enel running around. But on this of the Navy headquarters. Going to be looking at that top 5 for a Navy card and finds the Sakazuki SR that came out in OP16. This stage Marineford is just so good, in my opinion, not only with that on play, but the activate main of just being able to filter and find cards. So efficient.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards released in this set, and just gets a lot of value from being able to just force that kind of interaction, that removal, especially in a deck like this one where you have so many 1-drops traditionally on the board. It's so easy for that to turn into pressure for the deck, right? Like you give something minus 6k, you have an 8k, now these 2ks can either trade with it or make you have to like discard additional cards.
And so getting the lifeblood of the Rosinante deck onto the field, Rosinante and Law is going to be able to re-ramp 1 and draw 1. Now Dylan sitting with a bunch of cards in hand over on this, is that 7 Dawn on this turn? Yeah, because we were on the odd curve. We can play Sabo out on the field, but with Sakazuki just being revealed on the Navy search, if you play down that Sabo, it is one step away from a Sakazuki Mamaragon from the Rosinante. Is going to be playing that Sabo down onto the field. Now going to be able to push out a Dressrosa type event to be able to maybe thinking about which event is the best right here. You could go with the Fire Fist, the new Fire Fist that came out in OP15, just to be able to minus 8,000 power that blocker. You could also pitch 2 cards, maybe to force Rosinante to use his leader effect to take a life if you want. But no, ends up with the go get him Mr. Luffy to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, which usually means like we're likely missing out on something. I'm surprised we didn't like Cavendish first, maybe drawing the potential card that we could have wanted, like Fire Fist, but okay, we do get the rest on like the free block there. We got a 5k into leader.
So it is going to have to force a card out of hand. It is going to be that 2k loss, still sitting at 3 life. So with just a bunch of cards in hand, I think we have somewhere around like 12 cards in hand at this point. As Dylan, it's going to move on to Stephanie's next turn. Looks like Stephanie now on 8 Dawn in total is going to go ahead, play out that Sakazuki. That Sakazuki on play if you Dawn -1. Going to be able to minus 6,000 power somewhere, I'd imagine, going to be that Sabo. There's also kind of an argument with the Cavendish if you want to swing at it, but I think getting rid of the blocker, especially with potentially a Mamaragon coming here to do Dawn -2, as we're seeing, can rest that Sabo and really just negate it in its blocking potential right now. And especially with the Sakazuki activate main to just restand 2 more Dawn, it's almost like a Cavendish but for purple.
Yeah, I mean I don't play a lot of Enel. Mamaragon's such a good card. Like I love how flexible it is, what decision making you get to do with it. We're going to use the Sakazuki effect because Don Quixote Rosinante is a Navy type leader, the only other purple Navy type, so we do get essentially a free Dawn, which is kind of absurd, all things considered. But we are going to now attack 6k with the Rosie Law, attacking into what seems to be the Cavendish, asking for a 2k. Thinking about maybe using a Dawn -1 on the leader effect, and then we are going to play out the 4-drop Law for 2, and I think we will be at
Oh
no, I don't. Is it that?
I think mixed up the 4 drops.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay. I promise I thought it was that art because I'm very familiar with that art because that's the only one we have on our website.
It's something that I'm sure Dylan has in the back of his mind like the entire time that they've been playing this game, because it was off of the first search. We did pitch one on the counter, but that doesn't mean another one's not in hand. So just always being prepared, being very respectful, to your opponent, being ready.
Yeah, we're just saying like, but just in case you didn't know, I did have 9 cards in hand. So and one of them was Sabo. So there it is. But we are going to use the Fire Fist, likely giving the -2. I'm going to say the Rosie Law. Yep, just a casual minus there. And we are actually going to use 2 cards in hand to try to get rid of it.
I really like this effect to try to get rid of the Rosy Law, kind of forcing the leader effect right now, because now Viola can swing, Leader can swing, Cavendish can swing at this body. And especially since Rosinante and Law is a 0 power character right now, this is going to be really hard to keep alive with only 1 blocker in that 4-cost Trafalgar Law.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for like this nickel and dime, like make your big dude not powerful. Let me, offer some ways to attack into it. It's I think it's very fun. So we get the free block with the Law, and then there goes the Rosie.
Especially on that 8,000 power swing because of the +3 on the Fire Fist. Just so you can't save it. But now Cavendish going in that draw 2, trash 1. I think we haven't. Did we trash 1? Did I miss that? Yeah. You got to trash 1 before you counter. Just going a little bit. But the 2K is out of the hand.
The Sabo. No, this is a new Sabo. This is a new Sabo. They got rid of the old one. They played another one. If the Sabo lived, it would have been negated. The power would have been reduced in the next turn, but they played another one. Yeah. No worries. Thank you for keeping us honest and double checking. But yeah, because I'm especially with new cards like Sakazuki, where it's for the turn. I think a lot of people have learned that the hard way. So it's good to be clear about that.
Yeah, especially because, we joke around that Sakazuki is basically a Gamma Knife. It's kind of better than Gamma Knife because it goes through your opponent's next end phase. And it's just something, you got to remember for a lot. And just another Sakazuki on the field. That's another activate main that Stephanie's going to have access to right now. And this on play is just going to control the board. This is just a back and forth, but I think Stephanie kind of in the driver's seat because we got these Sakazukis on the field right now.
Yeah, and just saying, you got Cavendish. Honestly, being able to draw twice with Cavendish is already a blessing. Like that is, he did some good work. Well worth the SP, I'm sure.
And especially now because you got rid of the Cavendish, it's going to force Dylan to swing with his blockers to be able to get more pressure onto Stephanie in the late stages of this game. And the more that Dylan swings with his blockers, the more that Stephanie is going to be like, yes, these are free swings now that I can take at lead.
Yeah, and thinking about the sequencing here, they do have, a lot of cards in hand. And maybe
it's definitely going to be a battle of resources between the two players, I think.
Yeah, if we do have like the Rip Law, I mean, that might be like the time for it. We haven't used either of our Sakazuki effects either, I don't believe. Yeah, so paying 1 to ramp 2.
Yeah, if you were going to use the Trafalgar Law, you need to use Sakazuki's effect once. So then when you do essentially the Dawn -2 for the Rip Law, Dawn -1 for the leader effect, and then Dawn -1 for the on-play effect, you can just get those Dawn right back with a Sakazuki effect to still have Dawn up for Slow Beam, I Love You, different counter events that you may have in the deck.
Yeah. Yeah, because we've used it for 1, and again, it's not an on-play or anything. It's an activate main that you can use every turn. So I think the sequencing you said was pretty correct. Of Dawn -1 here for 2, we play out it again and then go from there. So
using leader effect on that 5,000 power swing, pitching the Barrier Bowls for plus 1,000 power. Barrier Bowls is a card that I'm seeing more and more in these Lucy decks that I've really enjoyed, especially in combination with the Bartolomeo.
Yeah. We're going to use our Marine Fort here, Dawn -1, to draw 1, discard 1, which, again, I think we're just floating in Dawn right now. We do not care about, the amount of Dawn that we have right now.
Especially with the different counter events that you could have within this deck, just floating Dawn could be so dangerous, getting rid of the Rosinante in Law there.
All right, big 9.
Swinging the 9 to make sure that Dylan can't free block a potential trigger, but going to put it in the hand.
Yeah. And then, the only last attack we have is Law. And we're just going to pass with 2 open. So probably have copies of I Love You in there. And there is a chance like maybe we missed it. The 4-drop's no longer in hand. maybe that's the reason we haven't decided to play with
it. There was a 4-drop Riplaw countered at the very beginning of the game, but typically a lot of these Rosinante decks play like 3 of them, so it's not unreasonable to think that there could be another one in the hand. But another 7-cost Sabo hitting the field is going to go ahead with the Barrier Pistol, is going to put that Law to the bottom of the deck, and that's kind of why I wish, well, no, we shouldn't have swung with it just simply because it could get free blocked. This forces at least the Barrier Pistol and not a Fire Fist heading into one of your Sakazukis. I think you need to keep the Sakazukis alive in this game.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, there could have been sequencing where we attacked the Law blocker first and then Sakazuki. So if they don't block, then we can make our Sakazuki large enough for it to make a difference. But also in this matchup, if we have something like slow beam to be able to, rest the other blocker that they just played, that's going to be pretty tough on a defensive standpoint.
Probably would end up being off of this leader swing, right? Especially because Slow Beam is plus 2,000 power to a leader or character, means that you would just need to give up one other card to be able to get out of this. And now the 7,000 power swing, we'll see if Stephanie has the Slow Beam in hand. Still has 2 life, so I Love You is active. I believe there is a 2K promo Law in the trash, so your pseudo 4,000 power 1 Dawn counter event is active now that you're at 2 or less life.
Yep, and it is the slow beam, so being able to use this to get out of the attack. Well, currently we need, I think, 1 more K for that, but we do rest the Sabo blocker. I'm gonna guess it's the one that we played this, not played this turn. Oh, they're just passing anyways. Okay, doesn't really. I'm just making sure. I'm sure that they said it was the one that would have attacked, but I think you need to keep a Sabo open anyways.
It would make the most sense to be the one that was played this turn, just simply because you want to force them to swing with the attacking one, right? As we kind of talked about, eventually Dylan is going to have to swing with his blockers, and that's kind of what Stephanie wants to do. But is going to go into this other turn about 7 cards in hand, I think, and a full 10 Dawn. Crazy to think full 10 Dawn with Dawn minusing of Sakazuki, Dawn minusing with leader effect, the Marine Ford, but the Sakazuki's activate mains are that good. Starting out with the 6,000 power swing and lead is going to kind of 2K check Dylan a little bit right here, and a 2K Viola is going to go ahead hit the trash. You still have 2 Sakazukis at 8,000 base power to be able to utilize, but starts out using this Marine Ford to Dawn minus the Dawn that we attach to leader to draw 1, trash 1, to be able to try to find maybe like another Sakazuki.
I mean, another one would be nice, because again, there is like this kind of weird thing, like eventually like the Dawn you get back from it doesn't really mean anything because you have too much Dawn naturally, but we're going to just go 8K with our leader here.
I feel like we don't have Sakazuki, because if we had Sakazuki, I feel like we would play it before swinging these 8,000 power swings, but just goes ahead with Bear, not trying to give any information about what you're going to do. Is going to go ahead, take the life. Maybe is going to try to block her up a little bit with like Rosie Laws. You could double play Rosie Law on this turn if you wanted to.
And we are going to play, okay, Borsellino. Another Navy card. So it's a
searchable Navy card.
It's an archetype, right? It's not just a generic tech card, right? It's you have to play it because it's in the archetype, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Crazy that it's searchable within this deck, but is going to do something debatably even better than what I recommended of double Rosie Law. Is going to go Borsellino Law, because now you go from 2 to 3 life. Now this 1 Dawn can't be activated with an I Love You to grab a Trafalgar Law into the trash unless you have 2 or less life, but is going to at least, no matter what, be able to get you plus 2,000 power, which sitting in a pretty solid spot, I think, right now.
Yeah. All right. So again, a pretty wide board for Steph here. Dylan. 1 second.
I think he's got 10 cards in hand.
Yeah. What a matchup to not be able to find a Riplaw though. But like, also at some point, like when you have this many cards in hand, like how much is 10 cards, right? Like, yeah, sure, you lose 10 cards, your 8-card or your 10-card hand, you still have 8 cards, right? I feel like it's only like really devastating when you have like exactly 7.
And one thing that's really interesting to know about this 10 card hand is Dylan just raw played the Fire Fist. He did not combo it with the 7 cost Sabo. So that's one less body that's on the field right now, even though the Sakazuki is minus 8,000 power. Is going to go ahead with actually use the Fire Fist effect.
Yeah, and then leader's a plus 3k right now. We're using the leader effect to draw 1. So I think we've seen 3 Sabos so far. So it's just, which I think is still like above average, right? So you're not always going to see 4, but seeing 3 of them so far is nice. One got removed earlier from a Sakazuki, but we're just going to go big 8 into leader. Just draw the life, no trigger there.
Just really valuing the bodies right now in terms of the Borsellino and the Rosinante in law. Really makes Dylan think about whether or not he wants to swing with these 2 Sabos. You know, even though he's got a big hand size, does only have 1 life left and could just be a ton of events.
All right. Going to use the You Can Use It, Mr. Luffy, to get a draw 2.
It's going to refill the hand size right back up after that Fire Fist.
Mm-hmm. All right, passing it back. This Viola's seen things, right? Like it's been maybe got.
It has been here through the thick and the thin of this battle. Just Viola and that 1 cost Rosinante just staring at each other the entire game. Who's gonna crack first at this point? And it could be a huge turn in the next turn or two if one of the players misses out on a big step.
Now, with the Navy package that happened with Rosinante, like it does mean that. I think the room for more of like the Trafalgar Law stuff is a little bit slim. What's your thoughts on the secret rare law that will let you heal 1 and has rush and stuff?
I like having 1 in my list, especially because I Love You is such a flexible event to be able to grab any Trafalgar Law. It's as almost if when you have 1 of these secret rare Trafalgar Laws in your deck, you can have 3 or 4 of them to fit in a ton of different situations, but your only option really to be able to play off of that secret rare law is a Rosinante in law. More than likely, it kind of feels weird to play like a promo law or something like that off of that, but it is something that is worth value. And especially after that Kobe search, playing another Sakazuki down onto the field. Crazy seeing all these alternate arts and then just a regular Borsellino.
Yeah. I mean, the set came out technically 4 days ago. We had pre-releases and stuff, but these Sakazukis are very nice in Rosy Law. I mean, I also know people who like Rosinante really like the deck and the archetype and everything. So they've been committed to this deck for a while, I think.
And especially with another combination of Sakazuki Mamaragon, we're going to rest that Sabo, make it a quick math 3,000 power character. Attaching this 1 Don to Rosinante to swing at that Sabo is going to fetch a block from this Sabo. Do you just go in and swing the rest of this at lead, or do you try to remove this Sabo off of the field right now? Now going 5,000 power is going to use that Dressrosa Kingdom. Pitch a Barrier Bulls and a 2K. Looks like continuously swings at that 3,000 power Sabo.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can attack leader because the blocker will still just be a 3K next turn, which means I shouldn't need to be that afraid of it. We're going to use one of our Sakazuki effects to tap 1 to ramp 2 active, which is quite a lot.
I actually kind of like swinging at the Sabo right now because they missed a turn of Sabo last turn. They have limited bodies that they're going to be able to play on the field. And if you leave it on the field, sure, it'll restand and it may not swing. But as soon as Dylan would pass off the turn, it would go back to being a 9,000 power blocker, which is hard to deal with when you've already played 3 Sakazukis, right? You only have 1 more in deck, similar to how Dylan probably only has 1 more 7 cost Sabo in deck. So I actually kind of like trying to swing at this and get rid of it because that's just less blockers that you have to worry about later in the game when your board is pretty good right now, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. That is definitely fair.
You do have to think about time, though. There's 6.5 minutes around there until the end of turn or the end of overtime into turns, but is going to go ahead, swing at it with the Borsalino. And I like that, just you've got 2 life left. You've got a couple cards in hand, maybe some I love yous. You're not afraid of dying anytime soon. And you put Dylan down to 0.
5 cards in hand, 3 Dawn open. We've got a Rosy Law blocker and passing back, as you mentioned. Going to start off with a Searcher off the Rebecca here, getting a Fire Fist. Another solid card. Not a lot of cards left in hand there. The other thing, too, is that, there was a chance that Goldie Roger came down for Sabo and could have been some danger. But we do have, I think, our 4th and final copy of our Sabo blocker hitting the board.
A Slow Beam on this turn on the defensive side would actually go insane, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is going to be using the Fire Fist. We'll see where the minus is, and if he decides to utilize the KO effect, it's going to be that Sakazuki target. Could maybe try, especially because this Borsalino is rested, might try to use Viola, and with that leader effect draw means that he's opting out of the KO option on the Fire Fist. Just going to swing 2 at that 0.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking about trying to keep it alive. You could maybe do I love you to get plus 4,000 power. It'd be really tough to keep this alive for more, but getting the slow beam here is going to probably rest the Sabo that came down onto the field on this turn and say, okay, if you want to swing at this, you're going to have to do a little bit more. Was that only 2? Maybe it was. Did I miss something? I think that was only 2 plus 2,000 power.
I think it's...
Is Sakazuki an 8?
Sakazuki's at 8. Is Viola a 1K?
Viola is a 2.
Okay.
I think there has to be another card.
Yeah, let me just double check real quick. Yeah, you were correct, Jake. So yeah, it was tied. Dylan was okay with just moving back to get the discard. Technically, if we were in an event, right?
It'd be a little different.
Yeah, but I also give a little bit of flex time. With it being a webcam event, there are especially with less official. Now this is a super tangent. They did announce that there are going to be I would say semi-official webcam events moving forward. Mm-hmm. Is that right? So.
Oh, really?
I think I saw something on the official Discord. I can't remember. People in chat probably know way better than I, but
I know they were doing it for judges. Judges were hosting tournaments.
Yeah. Which is the semi-official is the for it, but yeah, I think that's something really cool because I know a lot of people will miss out on webcam events, and in some capacity these are quote unquote some of the largest webcam events for this game now, which is a cool title to have. But I do miss the format for sure,
and especially with the leader swing going in and the slow beam, we actually I think rested the Sabo that was going to attack on the turn. That means that we actually kept our Sakazuki alive despite the minus 8,000 power, but now just going in, clearing this Viola. We don't want Viola swinging at any more fire-fisted characters at this point. Still sitting at 2 life, very healthy right now.
Yeah, again, we do have to just be kind of careful about, again, Goldie Roger can be a really good finisher for these scenarios too. So even if you've been, you've been very grindy throughout this game, you've got a lot of great interactions, you still have to be very cautious about how good that can be.
And especially in the Lucy deck, right? For most red decks, a Roger means that all the cards are just going to be swinging face value. But with Dylan having a huge hand and Lucy's leader effect being able to pitch every single event and Dressrosa's stage for plus 1,000 power, you actually have no idea what the leader is going to be able to swing. And Stephanie only has, I think, 2 or 3 cards in hand, but on that 8,000 power swing is just going to opt for the block on the Rebecca. And I like the block right there, especially because it kind of feels like it was a little bit of a setup for Mama Ragon. Rebecca is very susceptible to a Mama Ragon.
Sure. All right. Looking at another 9.
9,000 power at leader. There is one Dawn left active over on Dylan's side, which could be a Just Watch Me ace. That's going to be a big card for minus 3,000 power, but looking for the Dressrosa Kingdom to get rid of the Fire Fist in hand. That 2 cost from the premium collection is going to go with that Just Watch Me ace to be able to minus, or it's +2 and then -3. So Sakazuki swung 9. It was 6. The Dressrosa would get you to 7, so that is going to get out of that attack. Man, a lot of power moving.
Yeah.
So now going in with a Marine Ford, just a Dawn minus there, get rid of the other Marine Ford in hand. Marine Ford just so good the more that you use it to be able to find these unsearchable cards like Mama Ragon or Slow Beam to get these great cards, but is going to be going ahead and playing out Borsalino just to be able to go up to 3. Now it's going to be really hard for Dylan to win, even with a Roger.
I've found that like Rosinante decks right now are just like especially tanky for, I would say, like no good reason. Like it's kind of tough, like just how much they have when it comes to staying around, and it's just so good right now.
So we're going to see what the numbers look like for Stephanie. Just needs to get out of 1 attack. So if they can do that, especially with 1 Dawn left open, could be an I Love You event. If there's I Love You for the 4-cost Trafalgar Law and 1 card, could be any card with counter on it, Stephanie, I think, would come up as the winner of this game. But it's going to be tight. Only a couple cards in hand. Do you have the combo? If you don't have the win, you could maybe, because you know that 9,000 power Sabo is going to be at face value, you don't really have a way to power that up. You could take this life and hope to get a 1K.
All right, going down to 1.
Either Stephanie doesn't have the counter. I would just be so scared of this right here, because this is going to be
2,
6, 7, 8, 9, 9,000 power swing over from Dylan's side. So thankfully not too much higher. And it looks like an I Love You event is going to be utilized here in a second.
Yeah, I think making sure that we do have a 2K law, because you can counter first, right? You can get it back. Yeah, so 2K. Counter event. I Love You. Get back the 2K and 2K again.
Is going to go up to 11,000 power in the fist bump on Dylan's side. Such a good game right there. I love the back and forth between these two decks of like the power minusing between Sakazuki's effect, the Fire Fist on Dylan's side, and the control. But Stephanie just being able to outlast, right, and be able to keep the board just a little bit more efficient, ended up winning that game.
For sure. And I think it just shows, that why Rosie's very good, again, being able to take advantage of Borsalino. Like, there's just like so many like weird cross sections that end up all come together for specifically this deck that, again, just makes it very, very viable, all things considered. So, I think that's it for this round. Pretty sure. So we'll just go back to us over here. All right, we've got a couple more games just ending in time, but that's round 2 for us. So again, a pretty good back and forth. I could see, again, I think that Goldie Roger was like our best play style, and it's something that, I think staff also recognized for the majority of it. But honestly, a really grindy game, but happy to see it.
Yeah, we've had 2 really good rounds so far. I feel like of like grindy games of, just a lot of action and kind of showcasing how like these different decks can be like so flexible, and really play into a lot of these situations. Like, it's just fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. So, I I think that's yeah. This is gonna be it for this one. I need to. I don't know. If I need to make sure my puppy dog has dinner real quick. So it's gonna be like a slightly extended break, but we only have like I think 1 or 2 games left for it. So we'll take our tiny break. We'll be back for round number 3. Let us know if there's a leader that you guys want to check out. We'll try our best to find an undefeated one, and we'll be back with round 3. We'll be right back. All right. All right, all right, all right. We're back with round 3. We've got Rosie again, but we do have a new deck from OP16. This is honestly, like, unironically, I saw this deck. I'm like, oh, it's fun, it's cute. I don't know how consistent it's going to be, but it's been pretty consistent, I think, in this format. But I do also worry that it might just be consistent in the early game and maybe not in like the full meta. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
It's a very interesting deck that I think has a lot of like deck building decisions, you know, especially with starter deck 30 also being introduced into the deck with that Luffy from starter, the SR that has the Impel Down typing, makes it extremely searchable within this deck. I think is going to provide like a lot of different options on what you want to do. There's different tech cards that you can run, different counts of stuff like Boa or Ivankov. Do you even want to run that within the deck? I'm like really excited to see like kind of what the best versions of blue green Luffy look like, but especially with Mark starting out with a Suru search instead of something like a Kobe, and Justin more than likely winning the die roll and choosing second, getting two drops onto the field. Looks like it's going to be a pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, like these 2 drops being able to replace themselves in hand is very good. Like, I'm always kind of surprised by just how many cards are in hand for blue green at times, but you know, and Rosie a little bit of a substandard start, going to be able to search off the top for a Navy card, going to get that Borsalino, which is never a bad card to have.
I still can't believe it's just searchable within the deck. It's still like hard to believe, even though I've known about these cards for a sec. But Mark going in with his leader effect is going to go ahead, tap 2 for a Trafalgar Law from OP16. This is a nice one to be able to ramp 1 Dawn on the on play as active to get this 6,000 power swing, but also be able to swing 6,000 power on the offensive side is actually just a pretty solid card to be able to trade into Justin's bodies that he's got on the field if he decides to swing in this next turn.
Yeah, but it's like a good like consistency tool. Just being able to find like another card named Law, being able to like you're still like attacking 6k, which is good. You're missing out on the blocker, but it does have the potential to you know, be just a 1k in hand as well. We're going to play out the Emporio Ivankov, though. Look, top 3 for an Impel Down. We're going to get the Galdino there, the 2k from the star deck 30. We do also get to play a 2-drop and the Luffy there.
This Galdino is going to be really nice, especially if we can establish like a buggy prisoner of Impel Downs on the field later in the game. Maybe even stuff like the 4-cost Crocodile, right? That came out in OP16 to be able to populate with more bodies. But is just going to have to see how time will tell. This Luffy is going to be the 4th name on the field. So especially with that Dawn ×1, he's going to be swinging for big numbers later in this one. But gotta see what you can grab. Still have leader effect available if you maybe find like another 2-drop to be able to play out on the field. Maybe something like a Jinbei. Jinbei also a really nice aggressive body. Or maybe you just swing 7 at lead.
All right, so Luffy can find Luffy, right?
Yes, because he only looks at the top 3.
Okay,
he can find himself.
I always, we've really gotten to a game where you really have to read your searchers half the time, because sometimes it's 3 card, 4 cards, 5 cards ready to go after you search them, right? Like there's just a lot for that. But looks like we're just going to be okay with taking these first 2 hits, and then yeah, Luffy can be played on the board again.
Very interesting, taking life so aggressively in this turn, right? Not giving up any cards in hand. Is going to get a prisoner of Impel Down off of that search to put in the hand right now. I wonder how many Rosinante and Laws are in Mark's hand, because I just realized that off of the Suru in this past turn, he ended up pitching off the Suru effect, a 6-cost Rosie and Law, which we talked about was the lifeblood of this deck.
Yeah, it's definitely something we traditionally want to play as every copy of in it. So if our hand is so bad that we need to get rid of it, that's also pretty telling.
So going to start out the Suru into the Daz Bones, both matching in power, so not giving up any cards for that. Feel like in the blue-green Luffy deck, you kind of just accept that your little 2-cost bodies are going to be deleted within the next turn. You got your value of them on that on play and the swing, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, but I do think that what, like that also might be the reason we played Suru, is strictly to say, you know what, it's more important for us to have one drops on board to trade with your one drops and two drops. So it is kind of worth like losing the 2k in hand and the Rosy Law, but obviously you might want a Rosy Law. But we're going to how much? We're at 5 Dawn right now, so we could have just straight out played the Borsalino that we saw last turn, but looks like I think we're going to hit our first Rosy Law.
Yeah, just searching for for Borsalino twice there is going to get that Rosinante and Law off to be able to draw one and ramp one. Now is maybe thinking about a 6,000 power swing. Could be double sixes right now, but just opts for a 5. Maybe has I Love You in hand to be able to cycle some 2K promo laws potentially in this next turn defensively.
All right, and then we are going to attack with our Law here, so it ends up being a 6k on offense here when attacking.
Interesting swing with this Law because it's only 3,000 power. It's actually pretty easy for Luffy on the clapback to be able to get rid of this, right? Since that plus 3,000 power only lasts during Mark's turn, but is going to have to ask for a 2k in the hand if he wants to get around this. We know that at least one 2k's in there with a Prisoner of Impel Down that was searched off that Luffy, but do you want to get rid of it, especially because it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's so good to play off Buggy, ends up giving up the Mr. 3 Galdino instead.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of decision making in the blue-green Luffy deck of legitimately when do you turn your card sideways, right? You want to make sure that you go aggressive on a turn where they don't have a lot of defenses. You're obviously rewarded for having a wider board, so turning your 1 drops and 2 drops sideways means that they're way easier to get removed. And this also could just be kind of a bait from Mark to say, you know what, I'm going to make sure to try to make them attack with some of their cards, and we're going to do that. We see the Emporio going 4k, likely into guess what, Law or Suru. I'm going to guess Law.
Because we're at 2 or less life, the I Love You is going to be able to be plus 2,000 power to get out of the attack if it's swinging at that Law and put the Rosinante and Law back into the hand, because under the rules of the game, that card is also named Trafalgar Law. Is going to be able to now play that Buggy. The Buggy is going to on play draw 1 card and play out a Prisoner of Impel Down from the hand. We know we have it. Going to have to play over one of these characters and opts for the Ivankov. Says, you know what? Instead of swinging at this Ivankov, I'm going to have you swing at lead maybe in this turn. And now it goes ahead and uses leader effect.
There's so many times with this deck where like they turn a card sideways. I'm like, yes, finally I can attack into it. And then they just play over it. I'm like, oh, well, all right. I guess I got rid of it, but...
Yeah, face is the place anyways, right? As they say. Gonna attach 1 Dawn, now swing 6,000 power lead. Is gonna go down to 1. Do we have any counter in hand at all? Now the Luffy going in. This should be a 5,000 power swing because we have 4 or 5 different...
No, it's 4.
Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
I know how to count.
Yeah, it's okay. It's tough with this guy.
4 different character names on the field, plus 1 Dawn is 5,000 power because of that when attacking effect on the Luffy. Is going to go ahead with Divine Departure, getting rid of a 4-cost Trafalgar Law. What if we don't have any like traditional 1Ks in the hand?
I mean, I could kind of believe it. I know that like what we've got a 6K in hand. You are very like a defensive deck with your blockers, but you're also very incentivized to play a lot of these non-counter cards. So, blue-green can just be so tough.
Interesting as well, not blocking with it to try to maybe force the other 1-drop Luffy to go in and swing, because we didn't see the block on the Rosinante and Law. Justin leaving that 1-cost Luffy in the active and Suru clearing that 1. Now everything up right now on Justin's side means that any swing is going to have to go at face unless there's a Mama Ragon coming. You're at 7 Dawn as Mark, so you could go maybe with like a Sakazuki potentially on this turn, especially because we know that off the Suru, a non-alternate art Rosinante and Law was pitched and then picked up by the I Love You, and the alternate art Rosinante and Laws on the field. We know that Mark has at least 1 more of those in the hand right now. That's an option he could play if he wanted to. Looks like tapping 5 more than likely for one of the 2 Borsalinos he searched for earlier is going to go ahead, get that, go back up to 2 life. Still 2 Dawn as active. And if you got like a 4-cost Law, you off of this leader effect can go ahead and play one down onto the field. But which one do you play? Looks like it's going to be the promo blocker.
Yeah, so this is pretty good, being able to use our Dawn pretty easily here. Looks like they are going to attack 5. This can give you the chance to give blocker to your prisoners, and then that does get the free block there. We can attack Law into it, go 6 to 6, and then I think there's what, 1 Dawn open for Justin here.
The 1 Dawn could be something like Gum Champion Rival potentially, but I feel like Champion Rival is not really good. I don't think you want to use it when Subaru is still on the field. You don't want to put the 2K back.
It has to be an
your
active.
opponent's
It has
hand.
to be an active card.
Oh, it has to be an active card. Okay, yeah. Or Gum Champion Rifle would actually be huge here. Yeah. I misread it at first, but just goes ahead and 2Ks out of that attack.
I think let me double check before. I know I just said that.
No. I pulled it up and read it.
Okay, cool.
Right, it is an active character. Yeah. I haven't played with this card too much.
No, I probably with like 10 games, I probably am on the like 50% above people who've played Kiros. Like I'm probably on the top 50% leaderboard for that leader. So I've played it once or twice.
So does not opt to swing with the Rosinante and Law, just values the blockers as much as possible, especially with maybe that threat, right? If you swing with the Rosinante and Law, you have to pick up either blocker Trafalgar Law or blocker Borsalino with a deck that can explosively use Let's Go to the Navy headquarters. That's a dangerous game that you'd be playing, but only at 8 Dawn right now. Luffy still can utilize a little bit of cards in hand to be able to build up the board with 1 more body, maybe like a 7-cost Boa at this point. 7-cost Boa only, or actually says that cards cannot be rested until your opponent's next end phase. So playing it down right now and stunning the Rosinante and Law can prevent the block from that 8,000 power character. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to see right now. This could be pretty solid if you're aggressive on this turn. Especially with that unblockable trade on the Boa, you're going to have to answer it with something like a Sakazuki to be able to keep it tame. But Luffy going to be going in after using leader effect to swing 6,000 power at lead. And Mark is going to take it again.
Yeah, I mean, either, very bold with the amount of cards that are in hand, or just doesn't really find like the cards they're needing, because they've taken so much damage this game so far.
Such an interesting game plan going on right now. I just feel like he doesn't have counter, and now a 6,000 power swing at lead is going to be a blocking KO with the Borsalino. Yeah, he has no counter in hand right now. The Bon Clay going to be swinging 6,000 power as well, with only 1 promo blocker as a potential block, still sitting at 1 life right now. Can't use the restand event, and more than likely not swinging with the Prisoner of Impel down, just simply because you want to make it a blocker. Does still have Buggy left in the turn with the 6,000 power swing after this.
All right. Thinking about the Buggy attack. I mean, I think you...
I think you have to send it.
Yeah, I mean, there is a decision, like, what's more important, attacking into the Law 3K, right? Like, maybe you're afraid of, like, the amount of pressure on the other side, but, like, yeah. Oh, really? I'm pretty surprised we didn't attack with Buggy. I'm
surprised we didn't attack at lead. I could see, like, maybe not utilizing it at the Law because of the leader effect, so it's like almost the same thing, but I think really just trying to value the amount of impel down characters. I think next turn he's going to just populate the board just a little bit with these impel down characters and go with a Let's Go to the Navy headquarters on this next turn. just try to min-max like the amount of bodies that you can have on this next turn.
We're gonna play Kobe for 1 here. Look at the top 5.
This has to be looking for Sakazuki, right?
Yeah, that likely a helpful card. Unsure if they found it. They're a little animated there. You know, the I Love You is not a terrible card though. Very helpful for getting out of attacks and
I feel like though the I Love You is not really gonna help with the. I think you need to find Sakazuki right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because this Boa, if it gets a chance to swing unblockable twice at you, that might be a disaster.
Sure. And you don't even need the Navy HQ for that, because we do have access to like Brook as well. In most of these decks, I think most people play about 2 copies of it, because you can rest a blocker or you can rest the Dawn that's up, and then you can attack with Boa, and then you can pop the Brook. It's no longer on the board. You get 2 Dawn back, and you get 2 more 2,000 more. So even if they get a 2k out of life, if they couldn't get out of the first one, they couldn't get out of the second one. So
yeah, it's just going to be a rough spot right now for Mark, I think. Even though he did get the Rosinante and Law out onto the field, now is going to tap the rest of his Dawn. It's going to be a Borsalino. So Borsalino at least going to be able to heal. It's going to be a little bit harder now for Justin to be able to win on this next turn. Even though you were probably aiming for Sakazuki, at least you're going to be able to gain another life and a blocker. 2 blockers, actually.
Yeah. All right. Attacking into leader 6k with the new Trafalgar Law from OP16, going down from 3 life to 2 for Justin here. I think we're pretty much done. The Rosie Law, due to the Boa, just could not be switched to rest. So neither blocking nor attacking that next turn. So back to it. But there's 4 blockers over there, which is almost the maximum amount you can have on board.
I think maybe is thinking about a Brook play, right? But maybe tapping 2 first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you need to have 5 on the board, and I think they have to be unique names too, right? If you want to do the...
Yes, if you want to use the Navy headquarters, it has to be 5 different Impel Down names. It's very specific and actually really hard to get off when your bodies are only 1,000, 2,000, 0 power, that you really depend on those.
All right, looks like we're going to play, again, a number of cards. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in hand for Rosinante, and I don't think do we know what any of them are? Like, what did we add from that last search?
I cannot remember, to be honest. It was an I Love You. We know at least one of them is an I Love You.
Yeah, which we don't have any open, which is tough. Which is tough.
So here we go, tapping 2 twice for 2 different characters. This is a Mr. 3. Mr. 3 is actually going to be really nice to be able to get the Prisoner and the Buggy to swing some extra power, especially if we go ahead. Oh, using it now with the 2 after using leader effects.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I feel like we don't have Navy headquarters then.
No, so the thing for this is that you also restand the Mr. 3. Which means that you can reattach afterwards. Yeah.
Yes.
But I've been in this spot before. I'm like, I feel like that's wrong, and then the combo continues. I'm like, oh, never mind. They know what's up. That's the correct sequencing. So, big 7, and then another 7.
7,000 power is pretty good, especially since Mark hasn't really countered at all in this game up to this point. It's gonna try. Even though he has I Love You, he doesn't even have a Dawn as active, so you know that that's a dead card in the hand.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be good if you're Mark.
Yeah, and you kind of need to use these blocks sooner than later, because you do know that you're going to be losing them to, like, you can't block this Boa 9k that's coming up, so you got to use them eventually. But these are go for it.
You're in a situation too to where like the Navy headquarters event will get you anyways, more than likely. So just going ahead and blocking early, and then the Boa taking that life is going to be all that 7 for the event to be able to restand all your leaders and characters as active. The Dawn stays attached, and like you said, this Mr. 3 is actually going to put in a lot more work on this activate main. Whew.
Yeah, that is a lot of Dawn there. And so these are now 9Ks. So we have one 6K. We've got double 9Ks and then an unblockable 9K to try to finish it off. So I think pretty reasonable that we can maybe end here, especially with how they've been doing. Double Mama Ragon. We've got too much Dawn in hand on there to do anything about it. So a little bit frustrating there. Gonna go big 8, which means if they didn't have 2Ks then, they don't have 2Ks now. Block there.
You do need both of these swings to connect in order to win.
Yeah.
So this could be like a gigabait right now, but is going to go ahead, put this in the hand. Is the prisoner for 8,000 or 9,000 power going to get there? And yes, it is. That is 5 non-counter cards in the hand.
Yeah, and not having that Dawn open. It looks like we did have the Brook as well for, which if they have a Dawn open, that could have been better to just rest the Dawn and then do it. Meant that we weren't going to be doing the prisoners, or the attack on Navy headquarters, but. Yeah, a lot of flexible plays with this deck for sure to end it.
Definitely. I really like Justin's idea of not using the Brook. I think, just really abusing the Mr. 3 Galdino to just reset so much Dawn, right? That was 6 Dawn that we reutilized from the Mr. 3 alone, which is so valuable when your leader effect restands too, when you have to tap 7 for the Navy headquarters, and we also played 2 drops on the field. So I don't know off the top of my head, in the addition of how much Dawn value that was, but it was an absurd amount.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I'm looking through tables real quick to see. We should have into this round we had 16 players left undefeated. Again, we got these Shanks players. They're continuing to impress me and super impress you, I think is what you say.
Yeah, if the Shanks players keep winning, I might have to do a public apology at some point.
All right, let me correct there's that. I'll have to do all the preview stuff, which we'll do as we do it. But on the left, we've got Teach, and on the right, we've got Shanks.
So it looks like we saw this matchup earlier in round 1. We'll see if this has been a little bit different. I think both players are still at 2 life right now, but one of the big things about the Teach side of the field is that there's no sure use. There's no 8 cost Teach that are there on the field. All we have is our little 1 drops and also the 10 drops. So is going to go ahead and bait that block. We see multiple 10 drop Shanks of that bomb Shanks, as we talked about from OP16 on the field. No Trafalgar Laws, though, set up for our Shanks player.
Yeah, and I still think that's a huge difference. It carried so much in the first match that we saw, and without it, these 10 drop teachers do get to block pretty successfully, which is tough. We are at 10 Dawn, so again, Rush Shanks could be strong, but we're only at 2 life on the crackback for our Shanks player. So we have to be very careful about what I think moderately clearly our best play would be Ben Beckman into a
I think you have to get rid of the Vasco shot.
That's true. Yeah, you do have to force out the block first. Yeah, man, this is just to decode this, there's just so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that Vasco shot, being able to hit that 4 cost Shanks on the field with the on KO effect. Ben Beckman specifically trashes a character. So that's kind of a way to get around that. You negate the draw off of the Vasco shot that Blackbeard would get. You negate the resting as well. And you really force that if he really wants to push for game and really get super aggressive, he's going to have to choose to negate the blocker instead of your 10 cost Shanks. So, but I don't know. I mean, the 10 drop Rush Shanks is also really good, but proactively swinging this is probably coded for another 10 drop coming down onto the field, because now you're saying, okay, your Vasco shot, not going to get value.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is really, heads up of saying, you know what, I know their best play, and we're going to try to get around it. We're going to play out the Von Auger trigger effect, giving minus 3k to literally anything on the board. Could be leader, could be the 10 cost Shanks. So a little bit unfortunate a trigger, because that does offer you know, a lot of interaction. Like just a free plus 3k off of life is insane.
And not sure where that minus 3,000 power is going, but it could be at lead, right? To just negate another swing pretty much entirely. Not totally, but is going to ask for, you know, like a Ben Beckman Shanks combo to be able to attach enough Dawn to lead to be able to swing at you. And that's one less swing you have to worry about. So is thinking about potentially attaching Dawn onto Shanks, maybe trying to swing over the Blackbeards. You do have one redirect and one block, which actually the redirect, because the one Shanks is upside down, we can assume that it was chosen
from the Cheech effect,
the 10 drop. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we are going to play out the 9 cost Shanks from the star deck here. So it does give us a +2. It is a reduced cost due to them having something with 10k power or more on the other side, which is nice. So we are a base 7k leader right now, and we are going to be, I'm going to assume that the Shanks was the one that got the -3, but we're just going to get the free block. Yeah, it would definitely
make sense. Yeah, the free block coming in. And if the Shanks decides to turn sideways this 10 cost, well, it could just be a redirect into the Vasco shot. It's only a 1-card commitment to be able to, a 1-card commitment that replaces itself in the hand if you redirect into it. But it's one of those things. Do you redirect into Vasco shot, or do you go with Van Auger? Because you kind of want to keep the Vasco shot maybe for the 4-drop Shanks, but definitely using leader effect. We'll see where it goes. And he is going to opt for the Vasco shot.
Yeah, unironically though, like that Uta being around can spell trouble. But I guess we've evolved above it instead and played out our now 2-cost blocker with Uta there. So pretty funny.
Can we say digivolved into I was blocker Uta
on my streams? You can. Yes, it's allowed. We're allowed to.
Is going to start out with the full lead now on this other 10 Dawn turn to be able to look at that top 3. Is going to put a 1-drop Lafitte into the trash. Yes, remember that you should restand your characters. You definitely want to restand those Blackbeards at the beginning of your turn. And there's that anniversary edition of the 10 drop. It's just going to be another one that potentially hits the field. Could be interesting if we saw a Zehaha on the field. And so then we could swing like 7 with our Blackbeard leader.
Yeah, and also like that burn damage is important, right? Put just the guaranteed down by 1, right, is strong. The fact that also, I mean, they are a 7k base leader, so it means that if we attack, we could put the last 2 Dawn on our leader, at least pressure the leader effect too. So a lot of good interactions.
Very interesting right now. And it's also a question of what do you negate if you're the Blackbeard player? Like, do you negate one of the 12,000 power bodies that's going to be able to swing? Do you negate the Uta, right, and just go in and start swinging at lead? But do you even swing with the blockers, right, is really the question, because you have 1 life left. You do have leader effect. You do have redirects that could happen. It's definitely a very interesting spot, but it's just going to start out with 12,000 power somewhere, force either cards out of hand or a life before we play anything out on the field.
Yeah, and the other thing here too is that if they do take this, you could just, you know, if you see ha into 10 drop, you can just negate the skills of the blocker instead and go 14 at 0 life, because you'll get that extra one. So I think that's something that's really, really impactful.
Yeah, it's something that you're going to have to think about if you're the Shanks player over here on the right side, but it is going to go ahead and take it.
Yeah, that's tough. Also here, I'm going to redirect it a little bit. Yeah, the Shanks player was at 2 life, now down to 1. There it is.
Interesting trigger if you saw that. Nobody hurts a friend of mine. If you're wondering what that trigger is, just draw 1 card. Definitely an interesting tech option in this deck for only 2 Dawn to be able to minus 3,000 power a character and then potentially draw 1, especially in the late stages of the game when there's definitely a 5,000 power or more character on the field. It does look like sitting at 1 life now.
Yeah, I don't know. I've played as Shanks enough time. Like, man, I have 7 cards in hand and I have 2K counter. So,
well, even if you ha ha ha, oh, he's just gonna go a 12 now.
Into the blocker Shanks. Interesting.
You still have you still have 3,000 power manipulation between your leader Shanks and the 4-cost blocker Shanks. So a 12,000 power swing to like a 7K base leader, you can kind of like manipulate up to 10,000 power, which is pretty interesting. But you also have this block that you can just do with Uta, which actually might just be better.
Yeah, I like this play. I think we have to kind of go for game next turn. Attacking with the second blocker is kind of a go ahead for that. But yeah, I understand like why. Yeah, this is a big decision of like, man, it is really a game of chicken right now. Who's going to try to go for game first, and can they do it?
It's one of those things too that now, especially because we know that the Uta wasn't chosen, we know that he's going to try to. He's not going to play the 10 drop. He's going to play Borsalino instead. A fringe card in some Blackbeard decks, but double Borsalino is just going to put him to 3.
That's he's a good guy, and it might be easier for you to go for game next turn as well. I think leaving them at 1 is very strong because again, you are just a Ziha away from hitting them down and being able to remove leader effect, being able to remove one of these blockers if they have one. I think our Teach player is doing a very good job at making it very difficult for our Shanks player right now.
And especially because you have a perfect redirect target in the Van Augur, right? To not only minus power, but not waste like a body that could swing. These Borsalinos could go for game in the next turn, right? Not blocking. They could just swing over at lead, especially if you're right. It is the Zehaha or however many syllables it is.
5.
You know, on the it's 5 exactly.
It's 5
you
haws,
know?
yeah, I've counted. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I should do more studying like you. But anyways, like preparing for that is just going to be so dangerous. So going to be taking this first 10,000 power swing, no trigger, right? Especially if it is a Zehaha.
There we go.
Well, maybe you wouldn't want to get that draw 2 trash 1 trigger because you want to be able to combo it within the end of the game. This is such an interesting spot.
Yeah, and I really do like, you know, there will still be like the fringe trigger from Teach, but honestly, that happened kind of for the OP09 mono black one too, where I hit black hole out of life, I win. You know what I mean? So it's still the same feeling, but the amount of interaction and the amount of choices for this one, it's been really fun to learn.
So now thinking about what to swing with, still has 10 done. I think a Ben. Oh, the problem with like Ben Beckman Shanks right here, though, is that you have to play over the Uta or one of your Shanks bodies, which I think feels infinitely bad.
Yeah, but okay. I like this, though. Zoro's pretty clean. Becomes a 7K leader once again, which is strong. We're just going to go big 10.
Looks like really focusing on just becoming a 7,000 power leader multiple times within a game is going to go ahead and take that next life right there. Now with this 12,000 power swing, no Dawn left over. It's just going to be 2 12,000 power swings. It's going to be coming in at lead.
Yeah, and then the last 12K, we're going to get the redirect onto Von Augur with, I believe that's the 8-drop Teach, gets a draw 1, gives the -2, doesn't really matter, and passing it back. So 1 blocker up with the Uta. We've got 7K leader once again, and we'll see what Shanks can do. But honestly, like if we have the Zaha, that's likely enough for game. It is going to be very devastating.
If we had it though, oh, yep, there it is. Yeah. I was going to say, it's interesting that we blocked with the Borsalino though, instead of like taking the life, because it kind of feels like, especially if Uta is the chosen one right here.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like, well, actually, because they became a 7.
Yeah, that's
maybe
why
it does make sense. Actually,
yeah. That's what you having to spend a Dawn to apply pressure makes it way worse. So, that's a lot of 2K. So we're at 7.
That's
9,
going to be
11,
13,000 power. Just needs 1 more. Is going to over counter there to go up to 14. Now attach our last Dawn onto Borsalino to just get one. And
yeah. Sorry, just a quick. Yep, Borsa is good enough. So, Yeah, it is really interesting. I mean, Teach has always been like a you defend most of the game and then eventually you can just flip the switch and do all the damage in one turn, right?
Hmm.
Shanks can kind of help it be more of a slow burn towards it, but man, 12k attackers are so good, especially when they're blockers. We've seen it with Newgate and Ace, and the Teach itself is no stranger for just attacking big numbers to try to go for game.
And now that we've like also kind of seen that matchup multiple times within this tournament
Hmm.
already through round 3, we're kind of seeing the difference of the builds and how impactful that Law really was, right? Because that Shanks player that we just watched did play multiple OP06 Shanks to
Hmm.
be able to delete things off the board. If there was one Law there, it might have been a little bit easier to be able to be aggressive, be able to get rid of those bodies. So kind of interesting, especially if you're looking to deck build on Shanks. I'm now convinced that you should put it within your deck.
It is a mandatory four of. I think that is also like I've been too big of a fan of these cards, like the EVO2 songs, the 2 cost event.
Mm-hmm.
It finds like most cards in your deck. You can also like on turn if you need to find like Ben Beckman. Because it only costs 6 Dawn now to play a 10 cost, you can play the song, find the card you need, and then you can, be able to find Law on curve that much easier, which again, very good for a deck like this. Also, the trigger just is the activation off the top. So that's my secret tech as someone who doesn't play a lot of Shanks, but I do think that Law on curve carries you in so many games that any kind of consistency tool you can get to find it is kind of worth it.
Don't play the one drop searcher event. Instead, play the EBO2 song event. You heard it on Eggman's
Guaranteed
First.
glow up for sure.
Yeah, when it wins Peoria, you'll say that you were right and you were the one that said it.
Very easily. Yeah, it's you will see. We'll all see the magic of what's the name of the song? It's not Map of the Heart. What is the red one?
No idea. I've never watched One Piece. I don't know.
I've seen more than you, but that is like a technicality more than a brag than for that. What's there's so Brand New World is like the purple one, which I've been again messing with the deck. Oh, it's the Peak. Okay, you're right. That's the red one. So Peak. Yeah. Look top 4, add something cost 4 or more. Guess what? Almost all of your cards are 4 or more, so that's pretty good. Very, very good. Anyways, we're going into round 4, which is an OT from that. We're going to take a little break. We should have, 8 players left undefeated with 3 more rounds to go. So we'll see what we've got left. I'll do a head count of leaders that are left undefeated in the in-between, and we'll see from there. So we'll take a little break, and we'll see you guys in round 4. We'll be right back. Pew. All right, we are back with round number 4. We've got our 8 undefeateds left. Jake, we went through. Do you have it handy?
Yes, I do have it handy. Let me just quick tab. We have 3 blue-green Luffys left undefeated, 2 black-yellow Teach, 1 purple Enel, 1 purple-yellow Rosinante, and 1 Shanks that we're seeing on screen right now, making me eat my words so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, already 3-0. So, like, if 2 more wins essentially guarantees you into top 8, which is great. Get some packs and some extra goodies there. So, pretty nice. And yeah, we've seen, we had 3 Shanks today. They're pretty much doing well. I think the other 2 are currently 2-1, but it's a very strong deck when you, again, are able to see your curve consistently.
And I'm really interested to see this matchup specifically, right? Especially with a kind of low to the ground deck as blue-green Luffy is, and also like an aggro deck. Even though Shanks has lots of ways to be able to manipulate power to negate aggression, like the leader effect, the 4-drop Shanks, things of that nature, can they do it enough, right? And so knocking Luffy off of the curve to start only having a 1-drop Luffy to be able to play. Found a 4-cost Crocodile. That's a card we haven't really seen yet in the blue-green Luffy matches that could be influential in here. But just passing on the turn, no searches of Uta or the I already forgot the name of the 1-cost event that could search.
Let's fight.
Oh yeah.
But we have to think of the song one, right? We've already committed. That's the best search.
I know, right? I'm diverting too many things. So just goes ahead and continues searching with that 1-drop Luffy, looking at the top 3, trying to find an impel down type of card. I think that's a Bon Clay,
I believe
right there that
correct.
They grabbed. And so Bon Clay could be great if you can double body with leader effect on this turn.
Yeah, but even if you don't, like, just having like a big 7k with leader against Shanks, which you still have to use leader effect and 2k to get out of it, a little bit expensive and just going to go down to 4.
So is going to take that life now going into their 4 Dawn turn. Eric's got to play a 4-cost Shanks blocker, I think, right now on the field to be able to keep going in this game. I think even though there's other options that players play like Lucky Roo and stuff like that, the old Lucky Roo from OP09 might be really nice, but I don't know about the new one from PRBO2. So after taking that life on the 5,000 power leader swing, it is going to be that Shanks right there. And that Shanks is going to be really nice for using your bricks in hand to become essentially 2k counters.
Yeah. Sorry. The previous camera was behind, so there it is. All right, there it is. Yeah.
So now Luffy going into this next turn should be a 5 Dawn turn. Is going to start out with a 6,000 power swing over at lead. It has a couple different options that they could do. They could leader effect and block with the Shanks to go in with a free block, but it looks like they're going to take it and go down to 3, building up this hand a little bit. It's going to be that same event that we saw earlier, that draw 1 trigger.
Yeah. Like, I mean, could have been a search top 4 trigger. So like,
it could have. Yeah, you're right.
But all right, jokes aside, we are going to now use the crocodiles to let us get the Bon Clay back to hand to play it again. So we get to not only draw 1, but being able to reset it is really handy for our leader effects. And now we do have 2 Dawn left over. I mean, these Luffys for 1 Dawn could be attacking for, 4k, so 2 Dawn would be there. But I think the 7k with leader is going to be pretty strong. So we are going to go there, and then we're going to use likely our 4-drop Shanks effect to pitch a card to get the extra +2.
Looks like we did leader effect first to be able to minus 1,000 power for 6. But yeah, using that 4 cost like you talked about, so you're only getting rid of a brick in hand to be able to get out of that attack, is going to go ahead, pass off the turn onto Eric's side, now going into 6 Dawn.
Yeah, and I've been liking the Shanks a little bit more. Like, obviously, Lucky Roo would be kind of nice here because it does offer like removal, but at least like this Shanks kind of represents a presence. And normally the number of cards in hand is not like the main issue of Shanks. It's like what value do they have defensively, and turning any of them into a +2k is really nice.
Especially when you +2k and get a free block or something like that. You don't lose the body, where maybe like Lucky Roo, you have to get that on KO effect to be able to get that immediate value on that card. So Now going on to a 6-Dawn turn, we'll see if they've got the Trafalgar Law to be able to play on curve. We saw Trafalgar Law in round 1 in this list be very, very good. But is it as good in this matchup is the real question.
Yeah, I mean, it still offers like some kind of removal, but I mean, generally speaking, like Ben Beckman is able to eat most things, right? It's not as much of an issue for that, but we are going to go big 6 with the leader. No block.
This is going to force a 2K Jimbei out of the hand. That's not a body on the field, especially because it is a different name. And it's going to go ahead and tap 3 cards, or 3 for a Hongo. Hongo going to be able to be a 3,000 power attacking body. Maybe not necessarily thinking about using it for the activate main, and more so just to be able to get these Luffys once they turn sideways. So now going into Oscar's 7-Dawn turn. See if he's got maybe like another 4-cost Croc to be able to loop some Impel Down characters. Can go ahead and swing this Bon Clay for 6,000 power with that Dawn ×1 when attacking. So it's going to go for exactly that. This Bon Clay, if it can stay on the field, is going to be dangerous, especially if Shanks decides to play a 7-cost Zoro or that starter deck Shanks we saw him pitch earlier to boost up power, because Bon Clay is going to be able to continuously swing at lead.
All right, just
so it looks like is leader effect.
And then block with Shanks. Yeah, I see. All right, so we do get out of that attack.
Putting him down to 5,000 power. Now is going to tap 6 Dawn for that Crocodile, I believe, from the starter deck.
Yeah.
I think that's what this card is.
Yep, correct. It is the, let me make sure, but it's a blocker, 6K, which is having a 6K body is nice. But then also, on play, up to one of your opponent's rested characters will not become active in your opponent's next refresh phase. So, actually pretty nasty to prevent the Shanks from now blocking next turn, too.
Yeah, going to be really nice, especially with blockers, you know, and against a deck that has a lot of different swings. Is going to be very good to keep up with the aggression, and taking a 5,000 power swing from the leader right there. Now is going to use leader effect to be able to restand to Eric, now at 2 life. Has 3 Dawn to work with, or no, 2, I'm sorry. Is going to play over the Luffy to get a Daz Bones on the field. There's now 5 different names, or I'm sorry, 4 different names on these characters.
Yeah, so very, yes, you're right.
Or, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
I had the same gears turning because they're 2 named Crocodile. That's the big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I stopped myself and I was like, it's 5 different cards.
Yes,
but they have the same name right there. So now he's going to go into the 8 Dawn turn for Eric. It's going to be curious because really all you have to swing right now is your leader and Hongo.
Mm-hmm. Now we could be playing. I think like Ben Beckman, like 7 cost is still a good card. I think that still offers like a lot of like removal for you, but because like being able to get rid of a blocker 6K is good, but it does feel bad that like that's the majority of your play this turn.
Especially because both of these blockers on Oscar's side are 6,000 power, right? One just costing 4 and the other one costing 6. Let's just getting some clarification on something. I'm not sure what, but is going to now swing Hongo over at this Bon Clay. Maybe trying to bait the free block to be able to Ben Beckman a character, but actually looks like use the activate main on the Hongo to minus 3,000 power on the blue Crocodile.
Yeah, which means that likely this is going to be a Ben Beckman on the other one. Yeah, so I'm going to get rid of the green Crocodile. That also means that we can attack into the Bon Clay and then they can't just like block, save it. It's a real decision where, you know, right now the Crocodile's at 4K. If we block, it's just like 2K, 1K to save it, but going to get rid of the Bon Clay too. So double removal is nice here. Good consolation. The issue is that we're at 2 life. We've got no Dawn up, no blockers, a good amount of cards in hand, and the 4-drop Shanks blocker, but not a very comfortable position here for our Shanks player.
Especially when there could be something like the 7-cost Boa that could come on this turn, especially now that we're at 9, right? Could be able to really neutralize the Shanks maybe, or I'm sorry, the Ben Beckman as an attacking body. But I think this is a tricky situation for Oscar, right? Like, because if you make the wrong decision, all your bodies can get deleted in future turns, right? It's very easy for this deck. You know, we've kind of talked about it as we've watched more and more of these games of the timing of swinging with all your different characters in this blue-green Luffy deck and how powerful it can be if you get it right. But just starting out with the 5,000 power swing is going to go at that Hongo and just knock it out right there, especially with the power difference. Didn't want to commit resources to that.
Mm-hmm. All right. What are we doing for the rest of this? So again, we could be playing like a 7-drop Boa. 7-drop Boa on like Shanks would be kind of mean, but oh, okay, Mr. 3 Galdino, first one on stream today. Play it for 4, use the effect. We're able to prevent the Beckman from attacking, and we get to draw 2, which is nice. We're gonna go
the Mr. 3 being a huge card in this format. Now is attaching 1 and swinging Daz Bones. Looks like it's going to be 6,000 power at lead.
Yeah, that's like the other thing with this. Like, Shanks is really good against getting out of 5k attacks. It hates to see 6k attacks, right? It's just so devastating. And I also think like this blue-green Luffy deck is so good at presenting them.
Is going to leader effect and 1k counter with that Lucky Roo from OP09. And now the Crocodile is going to be able to come in another one of those 4 costs to pick up one of your Impel Down characters and play down a cost 2 or less. Is going to, like we did with the Bon Clay earlier, reset this Daz Bones. And now the leader effect restanding to done. See if he plays another 2-drop onto the field.
Yeah, I mean the Crocodile can be like your worst card in hand, but like when you can play it out and like just again save your body, be able to get the ability here. This should just be a 5k. 1, 2, 3 plus 2, right?
Well, we have 4 different names in 2 Dawn.
No, it's only 3 different names because Crocodile is there twice.
1, 2. Oh yeah, 3. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. And so Shanks going in. Gosh, this whole Luffy math thing, I'm gonna have to like keep track on my fingers of how many different names there are like during a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty tough when, you know, I would say like when a lot of these effects I think in the game right now, when they're taken care of for you, it's pretty self-explanatory. But like when you're in person, you have to remember, oh, by the way, this is at this much power or whatever. Right now, it's very tricky, which is why I like doing these webcam events to keep players honest and. Mm-hmm. You know, if you're playing at Peoria next weekend or Toronto the weekend afterwards or whatever kind of big event, you do need to make sure that you are able to play your cards correctly.
So now here comes the heralded 10 Dawn turns for Eric and his Shanks deck. He's looking at tapping 5 for a Ben Beckman. More than likely, we'll see what comes down right here. It is going to be a Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman with that on play is going to tap additional Dawn to be able to get a Shanks on the field. It's going to be that Rush Shanks. Rush Shanks can be very nice right here to be able to get some extra pressure onto the field, even though one of your attacks was negated with that Mr. 3 on the Ben Beckman. So now Oscar's entire board minus 1,000 power.
Yeah, and this is where like Shanks can kind of turn the corner, I feel like. You are able to be a 7k leader very easily. This 10 cost Shanks in conjunction with it is really nice. So if you're able to kind of brave the storm here, you do get the rewards, right? We've got double blockers. Everything has the minus 1k. We're playing 4 for maybe another Shanks blocker or maybe a Lucky Root, now another Shanks blocker. So this is very tough all of a sudden for blue-green Luffy because there's a lot of defense on the other side and they can turn it all sideways the next turn too.
I think it's going to have to be on the back of like 7-cost Boa at this point for Oscar to be able to get out of this game. Like, not only neutralize the 10-cost Shanks that's on the field as a 12,000 power attacking body, but going ahead also with that unblockable can get around these 3 blockers that Eric has, because that 5k swing is just a free block on the Ben Beckman. Now another 5k swing can just be another free block with the Shanks, but opting for leader effect instead.
Yeah, and maybe it should have been like the first one, but I mean, regardless, we're still fine no matter how this goes. So currently at what?
Should be all 10 Dawn.
Oh, okay. Did Shanks go first or
second? Shanks went second in this game.
Oh, okay, yeah, because they hit 10 last turn. Okay, yeah, and then they you're right.
And I think that's kind of what you want to do in this matchup. You not only probably just prefer the second curve, but you definitely want to knock blue-green Luffy off of that second curve to prevent the double 2-drop on turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like a pretty impactful turn right now for the game. If maybe you could get like another block, could you maybe go with something like Electrical Luna?
Maybe, because it stops. Like, Ben Beckman should be active next turn. Looks like we're going to play Buggy into Prisoners, so being able to get enough bodies on board for 5. We don't have 5 unique names though, which is kind of tough because we do have the double croc there. We get 2 back with leader effect.
Now sitting at, I believe, 7 Dawn in total after leader effect. Could maybe play over this croc if you wanted to.
Looks like we're going to play Boa instead. Yeah, very nice.
Interesting, playing over the Daz Bones is going to negate one of the bodies from attacking in the next turn. And it looks like it's going to be that Shanks, that 10 drop that we were talking about earlier. So maybe just we'll either block or let one of the crocodiles die and then just play something like Mr. 3, as we saw in the previous games, to be able to just abuse and reutilize Dawn in the next turn as they maybe try to go for lethal.
Yeah, I mean, you are pretty okay with this croc going away. Like, obviously there's better cards, but when like it's the double name that you need to get off the board anyways, not too upset. But we're going to start off with a 5. This would be going to the crocodile because, again, everything has the -1000 because of the Shanks. Regardless where we're going, -1, or just discarding a 1k to get out of it.
Ben Beckman now being able to swing again a 7,000 power attack is going to let that crocodile go. Right there it was, just swinging at that guy, getting him off the field.
Yeah, and then, I mean, if I got the, what is it, OP16 Shanks for 10, probably worth being played. That Boa is very scary, and I would like it to no longer be on the board. So, but unfortunately, it's going to be the Rush Shanks. But -2k across the board is also pretty impactful. We're going to go a big 12 at leader, going down to 1. Next turn
Mr.
could be
3.
pretty winnable for Shanks. This is a tough spot. I think both players have played it well, but now it's going to be kind of down to if blue-green Luffy can close it out here, I feel.
And I think a big part of this game for Eric has been taking life pretty early in the beginning stages of the game and not allowing the blockers to die. Like, constantly being able to reutilize the Ben Beckman, the Shanks, right, 4 cost is just so nice for this sort of endgame scenario where blue-green Luffy can go ahead and restand a ton on the turn with a lot of aggression. But again, with that power minusing stack that you were talking about, and 3 blockers on the field, still 2 life, even though 4 cards in hand, I think it's going to be kind of tough for Oscar to be able to get out of this game.
Yeah, it looks like we are just going to start with a 5, probably thinking of a block, and we get it. Beckman takes the block there. Nothing's weirder in this game than having all 10 Dawn and not knowing what to do with it. You're like, man, I've got everything. Like, this is the most amount of things I can do, and it's still like, what am I supposed to do with this 10?
It's the curse of like a small body deck, like a low to the ground aggro deck. It kind of felt the same way sometimes with like Silver's Rayleigh.
Oh, sure.
Right? Because you were only restricted to 4 costs or less in your deck. I guess you still are, but you know, it's just not as relevant as it used to be, obviously.
Yeah, and like Purple Nails remedies the solution by only letting you have 6 Dawn, but sometimes 6 is still like, man, so much going on. Oh, this is kind of dangerous. We took the 7K here. If we've got Brooke,
or it would be a 5K.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry, it is a 5K. Yeah, we end up
taking
it.
Didn't even opt to block.
Yeah,
because now we have a 7K Boa unblockable swing.
Yeah.
Leader effect's going to put Boa down to 6. He can pitch a card out of hand from the one of the Shanks blockers to be able to get out of this attack, and it looks like he is. Another one of those events, man. Nobody hurts a friend of mine.
No. That was off life, rather. Were they?
Or no. He
off of the Shanks effect. Okay,
yeah, off of the Shanks effect. Yeah,
gotcha,
he pitched a card from hand to be able to use that.
The card
still
stopped
all
Shanks.
10 Dawn to be able to work with.
The Boa prevented it from being rested. That's why. It wasn't like blocked. It just couldn't be rested last turn. Because Boa 7-drop is up to one of your opponent's characters other than Luffy cannot be rested until the end of your opponent's next end phase.
So is going to use a Mr. 3 Galdino, but the SR 4 cost to be able to negate a 9 cost or less from attacking in the next turn. See what he decides to choose. It looks like it is going to be that blocker Shanks right there. Now using leader effect to restand 2 would be at 8 Dawn in total. You can't use the restand event because you don't have 5 unique names.
Yeah, but another Boa would be pretty strong here. Ends up being the case, so that's going to prevent one of the 10-drop Shanks from being able to be rested. So we're going to choose the active one. Sure thing. And, I mean, pretty scary here. All right, so blocker Shanks can't attack. One of our 12Ks can't be rested. We got 2 blockers and the 10-drop.
Could be now you have to get rid of one of the Boas to be able to use the restand event.
Now
it feels like you're going to need that.
I think we can kind of safely attack board a little bit, right? Because that's still like numbers to get aside from it. I don't think we can go for game. Looks like we're just going to go 5 into leader to start us off.
Just going to see what they decide to do, and ends up going with a 1K instead of maybe like free blocking, or actually no, it's not a free block because the Prisoner of Impel Down is a 4,000 power character.
Yeah, he's very.
I got to remember my Shanks effects now.
Yeah, it's understood though why. Like, I mean, like there's a lot of numbers going around. We're gonna use the attack going into the buggy. We're gonna use the effect to give it blocker before it hangs out in the trash for a little bit.
Good sequencing.
And then for 10, we do have to get rid of a blocker, which is a little upsetting. But we're going to play out a likely 10 cost Shanks.
One of the 2 different ones
are pausing. Oh, might need to be a 9 cost Shanks.
Maybe he's thinking about doing 7 instead for a Ben Beckman.
Yeah, Beckman could get rid of one of these blockers.
Or 5. Maybe he's going with a. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we're just counting numbers.
So 2 Dawn has been tapped.
All right, we're gonna play Uta. All right.
Okay.
Understood.
Are we gonna pass with all this Dawn open?
I mean, maybe. Also, for the record, Uta just cares about you having a big enough body, right?
Yes.
All right, we're going to attack into here. I mean, that was kind of a little risky because, I mean, bow is like double unblock, like 2 unblockable bows on the board when you have 1 life is very scary. Especially
with Brooke being such an impactful card that can be played.
Yeah, Brooke specifically can be quite the menace here at trying to get the damage. Now, again, everything has -2k due to the 2 10-drop Shanks.
You only have 2 cards, or no, more than 2 cards, 4 cards in hand. The way he was shuffling made me think 2 cards. Starting out with a 5 at lead. Do you take the free block here? I think you do.
I think you have to, yeah, because you have to really respect how much damage this Boa can do.
Yeah, you can't give up any cards right now. Oh, he gives up a Trafalgar Law.
I mean,
the Law having a 1k counter on it, so not with the Shanks effect. You do have the Shanks effect, though, for the Boa swings.
Yeah. And having 2 of them is nice. So, I mean, with leader effect and the double 2Ks, like, you do have a good amount of counter in hand, especially since you are a pseudo 7k leader right now with the double 10 cross Shank. So, you're in an okay spot. 3 blockers, too, which is good.
The Brook kind of feels like one of those, like, if they have it, they have it. But yeah, being able to pitch any card for so much power actually could spell the difference with having 2 other active blockers up if Brook hypothetically rested one of them.
Yeah, the other thing too, I mean, this hasn't come up for a while, but these 4-drop Shanks, the -2k power they give, is for the turn. So even if you restand with anything, you can still get the -4 the entire turn. So that works for 4-drop Shanks and the leader. So you can just make this Boa like incredibly inconsequential for any kind of restand shenanigans too.
It's good to know. I didn't think about that because when Shanks was running at the top of the format, I was playing Mill Nami.
Yeah.
Which didn't care how much power you minused on me.
Well, I mean, like you still have to be careful with the Red Hawks if you attack, but yeah.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I have been seeing people play, what's it called? Like there's like the 1 cost version of Red Hawk. It's like the Gum Gum. It's like a 1-drop 2 plus 2k. Giant Sumo Slap from Star Deck 10. You get something +2, and then you can KO something with 2k power or less. If you're playing a red deck and you're afraid of like purple and L, very good deck. And then obviously in this one, you can get things into range that shouldn't be otherwise.
Is going to be attaching some Dawn on Prisoner. It looks like attached to Dawn, so it's probably a 6,000 power swing at lead.
Yeah, we're just going to get the block with Uta.
I think that's fair. Just like not really reveal anything else and still keep your super good blockers on the field. Is this another? No, this is 6 Dawn. So this is Brook.
Nope, another Buggy.
Buggy for 5.
Draw 1. Play out another blocker. Potential blocker, at least, there. You get 2 Dawn back active. This has been, again, a pretty grindy match. We've got 5 minutes left in round, which is, I think, understandable for what this is. We're going to get 2 Dawn back off the leader effect. We're going to have 4 left open. Boa can still attack, could be attacking as a 7k. Unblockable.
I think you want to keep Boa alive, though. Like, I don't know if you actually want to swing with it.
Yeah, because it's this, again, very narrow hallway of I need to be aggressive, but I also have to respect that I could lose next turn. Luffy's at, I believe, 1 life. They're using monocolor sleeves on webcam, so it's a little bit trickier at times, but I believe 1 life. And, there's 2 10-drop Shanks on the other side, and both of them have the capacity to attack, which has not really happened until now. So if we're able to interact with some blockers or like the Buggy or anything, like this could be end of the game here. But Luffy also can be deceptively strong with the amount of counter in hand. Also, like, this is a good spot where if they do have the champion rifle, like forcing them to put one of these cards back in the hand would be devastating.
Yeah, it would actually be huge because it's either get rid of your -2,000 power for the turn blocker Shanks or put down your -1,000 power 12k rush Shanks.
Yeah.
Which would be pretty solid. But there's even counter events in this deck that Blue-Green Luffy can run. And I think they have something like an 8 or so card hand.
Yeah.
So there's probably a fair amount of counter in it.
Yeah, we got 1 blocker, about to be 2 with the Buggy effect, as long as we doesn't get removed immediately. We're going to go big 9 at the leader.
So this is 6 Dawn left. So that means that there's was actually swinging at the Prisoner of Impel down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and there it goes. Again, likely giving the other one blocker, but in due time.
You can eat one of these life. There's still 6 Dawn to work with. Is going to just go ahead and take it. Is going to say, all right, go for it. I dare you.
Yeah. Now that we've passed the do you have Roger check, feels pretty good.
Another 12K swing over at lead. Both blockers, Crocodile and soon to be Prisoner of Impel down, sitting at 4,000 power. So there's almost no way they would survive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this kind of, I think, has to be a block.
Yeah, I think you have to block. Yeah, it looks like is going to give the Prisoner of Impel down the ability to block and is going to do that with the Prisoner.
All right, we've got a couple.
This could be
left.
A double blocker turn.
Oh, it is with the Lucky Roo. But this could be scary. Oscar's playing pretty fast. Looks kind of excited for this position. This could be exactly what they need. Now, double Shanks on board is good, though.
This is do or die, I think, right now for Eric. Oscar right now. I mean, there could be some counter events. There's still 2 Dawn left open on Eric's side. Could be some counter events that you could run in this deck, right? Especially with the EBO4 Egghead event. I forget the name of it. That could be something in red that gets played, but is going to start out with a 7,000 power swing with the Boa.
And we're going to use Shank's effect to give it -1. So currently this is at 7K. So it makes it 6. And then using one of the Shank's blockers, likely discard 1 to give it another -2. So goes all the way down to a 4K off of 4 different effects.
And it puts it in Lucky Roo lane. Does it put it in Lucky Roo range?
I think he says OG power, if I remember correctly.
Never mind. But anyways, does pitch the Rockstar, I believe his name is, to be able to get out of that attack. Nice 2K protection effect that was added within this deck. Could be a Brook that gets played to be able to restand the Boa.
Yeah, 2 cards in hand. Again, the other thing, too, I'm sure these frustrated might be too heavy word for it. Oscar is at 0 life, yeah. Both these players are just like so close for going for game. You know what I mean? Like they've been blocking. We have an unblockable Boa. We just have so much going for both players that it's so tough. And these negates being, positive, turn, what am I trying to say? Throughout the turn means that, your chance to maybe attack with Boa more than once is just really gone. So we're going to play Dead Man's Game. All right, here we go, saying let's get rid of 2 blockers here. Probably going to get rid of the Lucky Roo because this could have gone like a quote-unquote double block. And one of the Shanks. So
I don't think it matters which one.
Yeah, choosing the one that hasn't used its effect yet.
So now we have 6 Dawn in total before leader effect. That'll put us back up to 8.
Yeah.
Could you maybe split the Dawn between the swings then? You don't have to worry about a Lucky Roo block on the leader swing, which is really nice.
Yeah. We've used leader effect as well, so the numbers are just so precise. We have 1 blocker, 2 cards in hand, 1 in life. We have the chance to do 1 copy of the other Shanks' block effect. But yeah, just being able to the 2 10-drop Shanks being on board is just so nasty.
Oh man. And he's going to be splitting the Dawn 2, I think.
Yeah, because with another blocker out, you need 3 attacks and 2 of them to go in, right?
Yeah, and your 2 other characters are 4,000 power characters.
Yeah. Now, on the standard, Shanks is a 5K leader. I said pseudo 7K, but just so no one's confused. So it is a 5K. So could be worse, but
your numbers are huge here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big think moment.
And we should have We should have a good amount of Dawn open. We're going to go with a big 7, though.
I think 7's a pretty good number, right? Because with leader effect, you can split effectively to be able.
I mean, I think it's just 7s all around, right? Because you haven't used leader effect yet. You get 2 back. Buggy.
There would be 6 in total. They're both 4s.
So it'd be
3. Yeah, it would be 7s across the board.
Yeah, essentially, like if you have a card with counter in hand, you're good to go.
Oh, it takes the life.
Yeah. All right,
another
for
dead
2.
man's game to rest the blocker. Just kidding.
Oh,
oh, this is so good, actually.
I like this. So kind of hiding the fact that we do have a way to get an additional big number here, getting the 2 back. So now these are kind of restored to their original power. This is going to be 8K. Now we need is a essential 2K on top of hand here. So additional 2K counter out of the 3 cards in hand.
And we pitched the Rockstar earlier with the first Shanks leader, or with the Shanks blocker effect. So you got to have another blocker there, but ends up blocking with it.
Yep. All right. 8K going to 5.
What's he got? He's got another Shanks effect that he can do.
Yep. Yeah, just making sure you got nothing else, right? No, things. This is it. Do or die. All right, using the effect of 2K there, and then 2K.
Hongo.
Okay, double 2Ks.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
We're good to go anyways. There it is.
Didn't
GG.
even use the Shanks effect.
Yeah. But
holy smokes.
honestly, super close game. Really happy we were able to watch this one because it could have gone either way. Both players, I felt, played to the best of their abilities, just going card to card. And man, that Mr. 3, so many situations could have sniped a win. I think Oscar played it incredibly well.
That was incredible to watch, I think.
Oh yeah. Well, that was a quick 35. We're at the end of round 4 here. So Shanks beating the allegations, maybe potentially. I mean, top 8 looks pretty good. Needs one more win. I mean, winning the whole event is still in the range for it. We're gonna have 4 players left undefeated after our break going into round number 5. So, I was on the edge of my seat. I think you guys were probably too, because that was a good one.
It's 4 unique decks that are undefeated right now.
Yeah.
There's blue-green Luffy, still one of them undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
We have, which is Justin Menard.
Okay.
We have Tyler on black-yellow Teach, Johan on purple Enel, and Eric on Shanks.
Gotcha. So I think our matches were Teach mirror match. Okay, which means okay. Sorry, we had 2 mirror matches.
Teach was guaranteed.
Yeah, Teach was guaranteed, and blue-green Luffy mirror match, so that was guaranteed. And then Rosie lost to purple Enel on the other table. So we'll see what we get paired up to, but having 4 unique leaders is pretty neat. Probably not the Shanks game. Maybe
we've watched a fair amount of Shanks.
We watched, yeah, especially, I mean, BY versus Shanks we definitely won't watch, but we'll see what the pairings are going to be. So we'll be back. We'll have round number 5 of 6, and we see you guys then. Be right back. All right. Here we are.
We dodged it all day.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, we have.
Purple Enel. Can't dodge it anymore. Gonna be going up against one of the new aggro decks of the format in blue-green Luffy. And I'm really curious to see how this one's gonna go, especially with the back and forth that the two decks can have with each other between El Thor, Hound Blaze against all these little weenies. And it looks like Johan's gonna be going first in this one. I'm not sure the priority on like taking curve for the other player, but I think both players are really happy with either going first or second in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to set the timer. BCP has a fun new feature where sometimes the timer goes away. So we'll see how accurate this one is. We do have a timestamp of when the time started, and our wonderful Judge Risu has done a very good job at keeping us in the loop for timing. So we'll just wait for the next update on that. But we've got, again, the Enel, Purple Enel, which, when we were in Los Angeles this weekend, didn't, only 4 into top 32, 0 into top 16. So I would say a bit of an underperformance. But also in Toronto, they had it. I think it did it win the event. I know it was in the finals. I just didn't cement in my head if it won the whole
I
thing.
cannot remember of Toronto, but one of the crazy things about this game that we're seeing right now, Johan on Purple Enel not having any one drops within the first couple turns of the game. Justin going second was able to play 2 Bonclays. And countering out of that first life, we'll see how he continues. Going to play a 3rd Bonclay on the field. I can tell you how many unique names there are on the field right now.
Yeah,
just one.
Yeah, just the one. But it's a good one, right? Especially like in the format right now where leaders having more than 5k power are moderately common. It ends up being nice. But we do have 4 for the Emporio. So now we got 2 unique names. Watch out. Look top 3.
Could potentially have a 3rd with oh my gosh, Daz Bones. I forgot his name for a second. Looking at this top 3, can find any impel down kind of Karn. We'll see what they decide to grab.
Yeah, and you play a 2 or less, but it can be anything 2 or less. It doesn't have to be necessarily the card that we get there.
It's going to be that Mr. 3 onto the field. This Mr. 3 has put in work all day for these blue-green Luffys. It's definitely one that you should include in your deck if you're trying to consider for Peoria or any other event of what to put in the list. Going to go in now with a secret rare Enel. This is an interesting spot for Johan. I haven't watched this matchup too much, so I'm going to be... Yeah, you're good. You're good. I don't know exactly how this matchup goes, but especially with, the Frankie coming down on the field, the Enel coming down on the field, it's less wide at this point. So it's going to be a lot harder and more dependent on stuff like Mama Ragon that you're seeing right here, like El Thor, some of those cards to be able to remove a lot of these bodies, and opting for the Mr. 3, knowing how strong that card can be, is just going to remove it with the leader right there. And now finally getting 1 drops onto the field, the Ohm is going to be able to go. So now going into the blue-green Luffy's turn. There's 4 bodies on the field right now that can be able to swing. Is going to try to ask Enel to give me some cards at this point. A 5,000 power attack from the leader is just going to be a 1k Reiju. Really going to need some 1ks in the hand for Johan. And that's the second Reiju that's also been pitched, is something to note. So now the Ivankov getting another one is going to be a Vari to be able to get that plus 2,000 power to go up to 7. Both players very much protecting life in the early stages of this game. Does not want to give up some early swings. Both players sitting at 4. We'll see if something like a Crocodile comes down onto the field. We've seen Crocodile in these blue-green Luffy decks. Is a great way to be able to swing with one of these Bonclays and then be able to restand it within the next turn. Ivankov more than likely going to be swung at. It's going to be a war of attrition on both sides. So now going in to play the Buggy. Buggy's going to be able to draw 1 card and play a Prisoner down on field. So if he plays a Prisoner, going to be playing over the Ivankov. This is a great way to prevent Johan from actually swinging at the bodies is going to be just replacing them with another card, and especially as a blocker of 6,000 power, even though it's very easy to be able to, you know, ohm minus 1,000 power and then Mama Ragon is going to be a body that's going to have to deal with. So now going with the 6,000 power swing at lead with the Bon Clay is going to take that life right there to go to 3. Thinking about swinging the other Bon Clay, and we've seen Justin do this in his previous stream matches, not go all out on the offensive with his swings, just try to be a little bit more passive and conservative. Is going to leave one Don open as Johan goes in and starts with the pudding. Now is going to go with the Elthor to get rid of one of the active Bon Clays. Probably going to try to get rid of as many bodies as possible, utilizing Senior Pink to use Elthor once again to get rid of the other Bon Clay. Is going to now more than likely go in with some swings. Now with the Lightning Dragon is going to freeze that Bon Clay, really doing a great job neutralizing the board. Both the Elthors also going to the leader, by the way, in terms of power. Might just try to start with like 7,000 power at lead. Still haven't used leader effect yet. And so now with the Lightning Beast Kitten is going to minus 1,000 power. Maybe go in at the... Ooh, is going to go for the buggy. If you do remove the buggy, that means that prisoner will never be a blocker. So is going to now use leader effect, attach Fordon onto the Ohm. One more just for good measure. Now 7,000 power, minusing the buggy once again. Justin is going to take the life, go down to 3. One Don left active, and still a secret rare Anel can be able to swing. But where does the swing go? The Bon Clay is stunned because of the Lightning Dragon, so you don't maybe necessarily have to worry about that, but could try to get him to block with the Prisoner of Impel down on this turn if he wants. Has about 5 cards in hand, I think, at this point. Is going to go with another Lightning Beast Kitten to minus 1,000 power one more time. Make this buggy a 3,000 power character. If he's got another Elthor, and he does, he's going to be able to remove the buggy right there. And now attaching the one Don to the Frankie. So much of the board has been removed or stunned that you're free to swing this blocker and get some extra power in a 7,000 power swing.
Yeah, and like this is like I think one of the reasons like you look at like blue-green Luffy against purple and now one of the most prevalent decks of the previous format, and potentially Nami. I don't know the matchup at well, but like when they can be 7k consistently, right? Like those kind of tools are really tough for something like blue-green Luffy to, you know, keep up with when either one, their bodies are going to get removed with also value of getting hit back at you. And yeah, I mean this is part of the reason purple now has been so strong in OP15 turns like this one.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of a slow start with not playing any 1-drops or anything in the beginning, but it has really exploded in that one turn alone. You know, removing so much of the board with Elthors, Senior Pink being played down onto the field and getting some aggressive swings in has really turned the tides on the momentum. So Justin, now what do you do at this point? You had 5 bodies on the board, now reduced to 1. Is thinking about maybe tapping, I think, 5 for another buggy, but is going to go with the Mr. 3 instead. Mr. 3 using that activate main is going to prevent that Anel from swinging in the next turn in efforts to draw 2 cards. Now is going to use leader effect to be able to restand 2 Dawn for 6 in total. We'll see what this 6 can direct into. So going to be swinging with the leader. It's really interesting. Where do you go from here?
Yeah.
As Justin? Are you trying to swing at like the Ohm to be able to remove it off the field? Or are you swinging at Frankie? Right. A lot of times when you swing at Anel's characters not named Anel, they're fairly easy to remove, right? Because a lot of the counter events and stuff only goes to Anel's.
Yeah, you really don't have that much like generic 2Ks for the deck, right? You know, I know a lot of people are playing like 2K Sanji for a little bit because it's found off of Pudding, and some people still swear by the card, but yeah, every non-Anel card does get hurt.
So is going to tap one Dawn, what looks like for probably a one-drop Luffy, just to be able to search through the deck, right? Look at that top 3 and try to find a piece of the puzzle. Is going to find a prisoner of... Is that a prisoner? I think that's a prisoner of Impel Down. The prisoner of Impel Down, going to be a 2K in the hand, but you can't really play it on the field outside of a buggy at this point. You don't have enough Dawn. You do have 5 in total. So if you had another buggy, you'd be able to get it out. But right now, at most, it's just a 2K in the hand. Only 5. 5 dot is, oh man, it was such a crazy swing turn. Like, I'm trying to think right now how Justin like claws his way back into this one.
Yeah, it's just like so much aggression, right? Like you can use like some ways to like interact and stun with things, right? And you know, you do have a lot of ways for Blue Green Luffy to interact with 6-drop NL that a lot of other decks can't, but you know, when they have the removal of cards on your board that a lot of other decks can't, it's so tough.
And especially because there's no buggy on the field to be able to make the Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker, just going ahead and going in, swinging, not allowing any room for life to be taken, is going to counter out of both of those. Now ending off the turn with another Luffy to get another Mr. 3. This Mr. 3 at least is going to be very nice to be able to lock the Enel out of the game, but kind of surprised we didn't control board a little bit.
All right, we've got a pretty wide board here. We do have 3 life for Nell, 6 Dawn per usual. We do have 1 life for Justin here. And a pretty wide board of characters. We got 1 double name of the Luffy here, but we're going to actually start with what looks like a big 7K.
Or it looks like 6. I think there's... Oh, maybe actually meant to just do 5.
Yeah, just going to tell him to do what you want to do. Well, you can walk it back, but make sure you're confident with your numbers. You know, technically, in a big event, if you attach your Dawn, you've attached your Dawn. It is not an oopsie whoopsie. So we're going to play, it looks like another 6 cost. Okay.
Is going to be able to look at that top 5 for any card that you want. One of the better searchers in the game, it feels like.
Yeah. Also, I remind myself, I have to remind others too, that card is generic. Any deck can play that card. Mm-hmm. Like there's no if you're leaders of Nell or Sky Island or whatever, it's literally like you can just play me for 6 to Dawn -1 search anything. It's wild.
It was really interesting prepping for the extra grand battles. I was trying out Iceberg with the 6 cost searcher Nels. Just to, you know, have a little fun.
Mm-hmm.
So now going to be going in with the Ohm swing, minusing 1,000 power somewhere, potentially. It's going to be curious to see where the 1,000 power goes. It could go to the Crocodile just for like a Mama Ragon kind of play.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like it is going to go, at least like prevents a free block for this Enel leader attack too, which is handy. We're just going to go 5. Going to use the... Does
Dazbones.
Does Dazbone have counter?
Yeah. Dazbones has counter. Bon Clay does
not. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just needing to double check because I know that a lot of these do not. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Has a fair amount of cards in hand as well. And one of the things, especially for Purple Enel, is like, especially when they try to split Dawn, it's very difficult to be able to get those final swings in if there's blockers and a couple cards at life. Only a couple cards in hand right now. I think only 2 or 3 for Johan. So he's almost out of steam, actually. Especially with a Mama Ragon, it would be 1 more card out of hand, but you would be able to negate the potential block on the Crocodile. Would be able to put 2 Dawn back as well with leader effect to get, I believe, 3 Dawn back inside your Dawn deck. Still have Senior Pink to swing with as well, and Frankie. Although it kind of feels like at this point, you maybe want to keep Frankie up. Because there's actually like a interesting situation after we're using this Mamaragon where like a restand event could actually be super dangerous when you have such a low hand size. Especially if the Luffy is played over on the field and you don't really get rid of anything. So now using leader effect is going to attach Dawn onto Frankie, make it a 9,000 power character. Senior Pink swinging 7.
And the thing is, like, if you do not get out of this attack, then Frankie can go for game as a big 9K, right?
Yeah, at least a 9K. There could even be another L4, the fourth one, to be able to make it a 10 potentially.
Sure.
Although extremely unlikely. It's such an interesting spot right now because it feels like Johan has been like so far ahead in this game after that one turn, but then remembering the hand size and remembering like Dawn counts, it's like, wait, this game could actually turn around really fast, especially with the 2-2Ks there, over countering just a little bit.
Yeah, so currently there's no... Yeah, we've got 4 cards left in hand, 1 life. Frankie can attack, but honestly... This is looking kind of good for Blue-Green Luffy all of a sudden, right? We didn't get any removal on board. We pressured them a little bit, yeah, but like... I don't know if
you don't have a
establishing
Lightning
the 6-drop
Dragon
now was good enough, you know? I mean, like, Lightning Dragon helps a little bit, but even without it, like... Lightning Dragon says what? You can't restand during the refresh phase, right?
Yeah.
So even if you get to restand with... You can restand with it and at least get, like, one more baby attack. After, like, if you have the card for it, but it looks like we're attacking with big number.
It has to be at this Crocodile.
Yeah,
because then you force at least Justin to replace 2 bodies instead of 1, right, to be able to get the event off.
Yeah, and these Luffys are not super big, right? Even with the Dawn attached, there's only, and let's assume the Crocodile gets removed, it's only a 4K with 1 Dawn attached.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember how many Mamaragons have been pitched. It's either 2 or 3. But Mamaragon is, I mean, it's a big deal in a low-to-the-ground deck like Justin's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a big turn. Is going to end up swinging that 9,000 power, and it is going to go at the Crocodile. Take the knockout there. Now it's just going to be a pass off the turn. We'll see what Justin can do. I think is that all 10 done now as well.
Yeah, but on the other side, there's 3 life, which is a lot. 2 cards in hand, no blockers up, so a lot of opportunities for interaction. You can maybe like remove everything but the purple Enels on the board, very likely, but you have to ask yourself, like, what does that, like, you know, really do for us? So
we know that there's a Mr. 4, or I'm sorry, a Mr. 3 4 cost in the hand.
Sure.
Is just going to swing 5 at Frankie, and I think board control is going to be the way for this deck right now. Just try to stall out just a little bit more, maybe even chip at life.
Yeah, because I think Mr. 4 will be very good. Looks like we're gonna go 6 into.
I think it was the Senior Pink.
Yeah, if we got out of that, has to be Senior Pink.
So now Satori being on the counter. Now the Bon Clay swinging at the Senior Pink. This is an interesting spot too, because there's not really a good way, I think, for Justin to now swing at leader with these Luffys, because as you're saying, there's only 3 names on the field. They're not very strong in power. But a Mr. 3 is going to be able to be another name out onto the field, and after leader effect restanding a Dawn, one of these Luffys has to swing at the Ohm.
Yeah, agreed. So there goes that one. And you do have to get the Dawn for it. Yeah, but I do like the sequencing here, making sure you had as many names as possible before popping the copy of the Mr. 3. So we've got what looks like
if we had a buggy and prisoner could be pretty good. Also, maybe like a crocodile could be nice to be able to like pick up one of the Luffy's or something and play down like another name maybe.
Yeah, a blocker would be really nice here. Oh, okay. Another Mr. 3 ends up doing a lot. I'm kind of would have had the other Luffy attack in. Depends on what our other 2-drop is. I mean, double freeze means that you're super safe, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't lose even with Ashura unless your hand is abysmal with no counter whatsoever. I think it's still really hard to be able to split as Johan and Purple and Nell.
All right, and getting the Daz Bones. Yeah, drawing the 1. All right, here we go. Back to Johan here. No cards on board. 2 cards, I believe, in hand. 6 Dawn. And 2 Frozen Anels currently.
So only like 2 cards in hand. Got 1, maybe 2 swings if you've got Ashura, but Ohm is not Shura. Just going to be looking for the draw to find something. It could just be like a 10,000 power swing at like the prisoner. I think you keep the 1-cost Luffy on the field, to be honest, if you're going to swing at a character, because the Luffy, you want to make it harder to be able to utilize the Luffy's. So it looks like 9,000 powers somewhere. It's got to be at the prisoner, I think. Although prisoner and Bon Clay is like almost the same thing. No, he's going at lead. He's going to take it. Could be a trigger. What's the trigger? Electrical Luna rests a character.
It's the champion rifle here.
Champion rifle.
Okay, let me double check. I mean, okay, bottom
the
deck's a
Gundam
2 or
champion
less.
Rifle.
Yeah,
bottom deck's a 3 or less. So that Ohm is going to go to the wayside, and another 10 Dawn turn here. Still 2 cards in hand. The 1 Dawn left active doesn't really do anything, I think, as a Nell. So you're not really worried about that. Unless there's something I don't know, which could be possible.
Yeah, no.
You only have to play over 1 character right now to get the restand event off, which I think is incredible for you.
Yeah, but you do need to have something tiny enough to be able to play the 7 and whatnot. There is also, like, unironically, just the chance to just swing out with the cards you have on board. 2 cards are not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You do have 1 Dawn open, but I would be surprised if that resulted in anything.
If you attach 1 to Luffy and you swing 5,000 power at lead to try to force a card out of hand with the Luffy, then play Crocodile to pick up a Luffy. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah,
if that would work. I was going to say you could like pick up a Luffy to then play down a Luffy to search for the restand event. I'm hellbent on the restand event.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I mean, I will say not. I've been seeing the numbers of that card dwindle down from like 4 of to 3 of to 2 of and maybe even attack 1 of. So there is a chance.
I think it's either a 1 or a 2.
Yeah. All right. Ooh. Okay. We got the Mr.
There
Galdino.
It is. That's the other name.
All right. This is attacking for big 6.
So it's going to be Elf Thor to get out of that attack.
And I think just making sure the numbers make sense. We can also like Mr. Galdino to Mr. 3 to put it on the prisoners, but only the prisoners, but it's still fine.
It's still big numbers.
It's still big numbers, yeah. Like essentially you played 2 to get a plus 1k because it gave the Luffy the +2. Ooh, there's a big 6.
I think attaching these Dawn right here and solidifying 6,000 power swings is definitely the way. Is going to go another 6,000 power with the Bon Clay. Is going to take that life. Is going to go ahead now with another 6,000 power swing. You can use leader effect and then restand. Divine Departure getting out of that attack. We're tapping all the Dawn. How much Dawn is that?
That's 6 Dawn. So it's we're going to play out the Brook. I love this play. Are the Luffy. Okay.
No, the Rush Luffy.
Okay, so now we get to give 2 Dawn to each, and these are going to be some really big numbers. So 8K, yeah, and that's going to be enough. And Justin's overcome a tough matchup, played it very well, and we've got Blue-Green Luffy in the finals against the Purple Enel. Very inspiring.
And it looks like he's going to be facing off against Black-Yellow Teach.
Okay, all right. Honestly, I think this is a tough matchup for Teach, right?
Yes, it is a tough matchup for Teach, especially if die roll is not one. But there's still ways to do it, right? Especially with the starving. If, Teach can solidify their board and be able to just continuously neutralize all these little 1-drops and bleed out the hand a bit. San Juan Wolf is going to put in a lot of work, probably more than likely. San Juan Wolf is very good into Blue-Green Luffy.
Yeah, I definitely think one of the stronger ones for that one. We're looking at some other tables going on, some X1s. One player's is not loading, so I'll just go sub-load to table 6 instead. We've got Nami versus BY Teach. That can be tough, but Nami is surviving, so let's go over there. All right, we gotta rotate around. Shout out to Justin for having a backwards camera. That's fun to deal with. And then,
holy moly, how much life is that on the Nami side?
It's 6. It escapes the realm of reality. It's going into the void.
My goodness. Teach now going into their turn. They've got a full board that has to be dealt with, but can go ahead with a 10 cost negate Teach to be able to neutralize the 10 cost negate and also the leader effect. But first, going to be using the full lead to look inside that top 3 and find a Blackbeard Pirates card. Obviously, I think 10 cost Teach is probably the name that you want, but grabs a 2K Katarina Devon instead. It's going to be nice to be able to at least have leader effect with Katarina if you don't necessarily want to use it as a 2K. A 5K swing over at lead. Is it no 10 drop then? Because you're allowing the leader effect and the 10 cost to happen?
I guess so. I mean,
it could be like an 8 cost that you're playing on this turn, or maybe something like Shuryu. Speaking of Shuryu, swinging now 8,000 power at lead.
Yeah, unfortunately you don't always have it, right? I think the bigger thing is that we added this to hand, right? So we were.
Oh, this is a Grav Blade.
Grab
Bottom
Blade on the
decking
Burgess is nasty.
Burgess was plus 4,000 power for a 9,000 power swing. So now Katarina Devon is going to copy Nami's 7,000 power to be able to swing 7 at lead, is going to take another life. No trigger there. There's a Borsalino at the top of the deck that we are really wondering if we should put into the hand or not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, was there a chance if we do have the Zaha to have gotten rid of the life? We just jumped into this, so the sequencing might not be right by me, but assuming that Grav Blade
still puts the card in hand.
Yeah,
but I don't know if
I think we played the Teach and we knew that the Grav Blade was at the top, right? I think that's happened last turn, right? I could be wrong, but
the Nami knew that the Grav Blade was at the top.
Of course. So there was a chance for us, if we did have the Zaha, to get rid of the card that we knew was in hand, or that they put there could be a trigger, and then not worry about the Borsalino, which you don't love giving them a Borsalino, but at least isn't a trigger, right?
I wonder if fundamentally, playing this matchup, it is advised when Nami does the 8 cost Teach, if you have the Zehaha play, that you always do it, just to be able to make sure that that's not a trigger like that. Or maybe an 8 cost Teach also could have gotten rid of the Burgess, right? Remove its effects and KO it. So there's multiple outs that Nami could have had right there to be able to get rid of that Burgess. It's a curious idea that I'd love to think about more.
Right. Well, in the meantime, we got a Borsalino playing it for 5, going up to 2. We've got another Devon that we're playing over the old one. It's a little curious.
Definitely gets rid of a 2K in the hand and also a potential card to use for leader effect. But on the flip side of that, Katarina's always going to be able to swing at Nami's leader, right? Whether it is a 5 or 7. So it kind of makes sense because they might swing at it so to try to KO the rested Katarina. So now replacing it means that you can kind of protect it in a sense. It's not a perfect protect, but yeah, definitely, once again, coming back to this matchup, it is going to be a grindy one. We'll see what Nami decides to play. Looks like maybe looking for a split of some sort. Might be, no, Borsalino doesn't make sense. Could be going with like a Zoro or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're like kind of safe to do another new gate too, or just again like another heal card. Oh, okay, this is a fun one. It is the 5-drop Luffy.
Yeah, 5-drop Luffy going to be very dangerous, right? Especially with that blocker teach on the field and Borsalino's. Especially with the Borsalino revealed at the top of the life right now. We know that it's going to be, for every block, a guaranteed plus 5,000 power onto that Luffy. So is going to go ahead with taking the life on the 10,000 power swing with Shiryu to draw 2 cards. See if they're good cards. And a 7 on the Zoro. I think 7,000 generally a pretty good number in a teach. I wonder if you get aggressive with the new gate.
Yeah.
If there's a chance that it can get negated anyways. So is going to go ahead and block activating the Luffy effect, making him a 12,000 power character.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that like we get to see the cost. Like we already know the card cost, right? So it ends up being really handy there. And again, now having like 2 12k attackers are good. It just means like forces interaction with your opponent. Obviously the 2 Borsalinos also have that too. But yeah, what a grindy game.
I know, with 4 Dawn left over, one of them has to go to leader, right? Or do you just call that maybe the 10 cost teach is going to come down? Maybe because we joined this game very late, you know, they've got one in hand, but no, it just says, I'm going to swing 9,000 power at lead. I'm going to try to get as many cards out of your hand as I can, especially with 2 swings left potentially in the new gate and the Luffy.
Yeah, so we can't really, again, any block here can offer an issue. We're going to move it to the teach there, so it just gets out of it.
This at least makes it so now with the 2 Borsalinos that you have, you can just like chum block basically these 2 swings. You don't have to give up any cards in hand. I think there's a big thought right now for Nami of like, do I swing with this new gate?
Yeah.
I think Luffy is like one of those that you're like, yeah, I'm going to swing with this because it's a 12,000 power like beat stick that I have.
I think you definitely attack with the Luffy. The issue that is like every attack can be for game, especially if they lose their leader effect, right? So you're likely going to lose 1 Borsalino, but not both. Oh, it looks like the.
Oh, I think there was a stutter in the internet, and Newgate was swung there.
Just thinking, just big thinking.
Yeah.
All right, taking it there, and then I guess you got to attack with Luffy, right? No attack with Luffy. I don't know.
I feel like you attack with Luffy because the Borsalino, like you want to get the Borsalinos off the field, right? Leader effect was already used.
Yeah, and like unless you're like saying, you know what, they're going to block with it and they're going to have space for it anyways. And then at least you can, like, if they have 10 drop teach, you can play around it. I'm so surprised we didn't play into it.
Only a few cards in hand for the Nami now. Swinging out the Zoro is going to clear that one body. It looks like tapping 8 for a Zeha is going to put that Borsalino into the hand. Now a mystery life for the Luffy potentially. Because we used an event, the Luffy does proc, right?
It does proc, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when does it actually proc?
I'm not super sure. I mean,
It should be right now because I think we're utilizing the activate man on the Teach, so it should actually go. It's probably after the life is taken, right? So this top life should be revealed.
likely. Yeah, we can here, 1 second. Yeah. Well, it says I think Luffy's an optional if I'm actually here. 1 second.
I character.
Sorry, we're back
That's right.
We're back to sound. Sorry, I was just making sure on the mandatory effect we're back. So, yeah, Katarina carries copies of 12k, which is super strong.
I forgot about that. I was thinking that she was attacking leader, so that's my bad on that.
Yeah.
Now it's way different, actually,
Yeah.
than what I was thinking. But Perona is going to trigger off that life to get a Perona onto the field. Is it rested or active?
It should be rested, but it will be able to rest assure you.
You won't be able to do that because it only deals with current cost, and Blackbeard does get +1 cost.
Yeah.
Or is that only on opponent's turn?
I think it's only on opponent's turn, actually.
Yeah, so actually it is stunned. It
Yeah.
can attack.
Yeah. All right. We are in turns as well. Again, I think a moderately common thing after watching a couple of Nami.
This game is fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm learning so many things. Still has 2 blockers up in the Teach and the Borsalino.
And the redirect, too, yeah.
Yeah.
So they get out of
redirect.
Essentially 3 attacks for free, right?
Yeah. And they've got a fair amount of cards in hand, so the split that you have to do is not easy, I think.
Yeah. I'm good. Okay, the new gate was the one that was stunned. Also leader effect.
Yes.
They're from the 10 drop. So blocking 10 with 12.
And so now you definitely reveal with Luffy, right? Because a block was enacted. Even though it's optional, I think you should do it.
You should do it. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
reason. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
right,
yeah. 5
okay.
for another Borsalino is going to be a 12k swing now. That makes your math a little bit easier, I think.
Yeah,
on
also
the
the card should be face down. It's just reveal. It's not from there.
Attaching 5 to lead is going to be a 10,000 power attack. Is going to redirect now into Katarina to get the KO potentially. I feel like you redirect into Teach.
It's 1, 2,
The
3,
10
4,
drop.
5. Yeah, because this isn't a 12k, right? Interesting. Okay.
Oh, redirected into Shiryu. Why?
I would not be able to tell you, to be honest.
Now another 10,000 power swing at lead. Just block with Borsalino.
Yeah. And
Or actually, no, you already did the redirect. You have to get out of this attack.
And
there it is.
there it is.
2-2-2. Getting out of that attack means that Luffy now not going to be able to go for game. And I think Teach is going to have this. Only a couple cards in hand. All it takes is one more 10 drop to really ruin Nami here. But I think you have to swing this because you need to get the Borsalino off the field, just one less body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now you pass off the turn, and with your new gate, you force them to have another 10 drop.
Yeah, if you have Zaha into 10 drop, then we're
This
good
game.
to go. Yeah. But we're also, like, we're deep in overtime. It's going to be called pretty soon here, so...
Yeah, I think you got to
drop.
play really fast.
Yeah. 5 into 5.
It's going to be a 1K. Katarina now swing 12,000 power.
Yeah.
Is going to go ahead take. Teach, just swing 12.
And one more 12.
Swing.
Wait, Moria into... No thanks.
Oh, no. He was joking with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Making sure you do your sequencing right for the grab blade, but Teach narrowly able to get there right as time is ending here. And going to continue X1, trying to get into that top 8 finish today.
That's even though I think it is Teach favored, as we've seen in the last couple matches, it's so grindy. And with especially like yellow decks, where an unknown trigger can just turn a game sideways, right? Like like potential heals of some sort with like 4-cost Zoro could change that game immediately. Like, I know it's statistically almost impossible, but like back-to-back 8-cost Gecko triggers, right? To play 4-cost Zoros could have just ruined that game entirely.
Yeah, there's just so much in this game right now where you almost never feel guaranteed, right? Everything is just like, I have to go for it and hope a certain string of things don't happen. I've been finding myself doing more of like the if they have 4 2Ks in hand, I lose. Like, there's almost always feels like there can be an out for my opponents on these. So we're pretty much done. This was the last game. This is like time and time. So we've got one more round. I guess we'll just hang out because there's not really a reason to go to break when we're just going to be back in 2 seconds. So but pretty active night. Our finals are going to be Teach into blue-green Luffy.
Blue-green?
Yeah. Yep. So not that Teach player. That Teach player is currently X1, so hoping into that top 8 finish there. But that is where we're at, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they finish.
I think it's going to be interesting in that game. Teach needs to go second, not only for his curve, but taking away blue-green Luffy. I think both decks really want to take second in the game, just ordinarily because of their curves. And San Juan Wolf, as we were mentioning, is going to be a big key in that matchup. If Tyler's playing a full set of San Juan Wolves, that's going to bode well for him. Playing a character, even some other like tech options like the PRBO2 Shuryu that came out, that 4-cost, the blocker that on KO gets rid of a base 4-cost. That's going to be really good to be able to starve out the opponent. Something like Ikalikai's list.
Yeah.
Right? Because I think he built it purely against like Yamato and blue-green Luffy, these like little aggro decks running around in the format. So if Tyler's running a style like that, we could see maybe a little, probably still blue-green Luffy favored, but like a little more points heading into Teach's way. But the way that, Justin specifically on blue-green Luffy has been playing as of late has just been pretty insane.
Yeah.
He's been playing it really, really well. And the Gum Gum Champion rifle that we know that he's got in the deck could be a force to be reckoned with, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. It looks like we are getting set up on there. Let me get the name. So we also, I don't think we've seen this Teach player yet today.
I don't think we've seen Tyler.
Yeah, it's going to be Tyler, and he's going to be on the left. Let me just make sure. Ugh, every time I have to switch the, I have like a chance to do less work, and it's just like, oh, we're on the wrong side of the table, so you gotta reset all of it. But
it wouldn't be a tournament if you had to do a little bit of work,
I know. I get to complain about so few things in this format. I gotta find some excuses for it. But yeah, on the left, we do have the Marshall D Teach, which you guys can't see yet because I am furiously typing away and getting my thing set up. And on the right, we've got Justin, who's won an Eggman Events triple win-a-box in the past with Carrot. You can kind of see it with the Carrot Gold Dawn. I think a bit of a homage to that, and them trying to make
Carrot
that deck work as much
Carrot
as they
was
can.
not the name that I would have expected.
No, no. It was a great finish for a great player. So, playing still like a green deck, right? A blue-green with a Luffy. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I don't know. This more or less might be the easiest match for them all day. We've seen a lot of clenched games, especially that last one versus Anel to get to this finals. Could have gone a lot of different ways, but Justin found a way, and yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to be our champion for tonight.
Yeah, I think Borsalino also going to be a big card for Teach in this matchup, right? Just to be able to soak up basically 2 swings with the combination of life heal and also the just blocker status in general for some of these bodies. But oh, this has just been such a fun tournament so far.
Yeah.
Like, I love the OP16 format.
Yeah, it's been super good. And if you guys are new, we're gonna have the results up tomorrow morning, so you guys can check out the top 8 deck list as well, and you can watch out this tournament in case you haven't seen all the matches. The match to end round 4 was particularly good, by the way. I highly recommend checking that out if you guys haven't already, or if you guys weren't here. Yeah, love to be able to host these tournaments for y'all. Thank you guys for showing up for these events too. It's difficult to get 64 players even into a Discord call, so appreciate that happening, and also you, Jake, for being here for again putting up with me for
no, I mean,
a couple
thank
hours.
you for letting me cast, because I was going to be in this tournament no matter what. I was going to play in it, and then you were like, hey, do you want to do this? And I was like, heck yeah. I love watching One Piece. So
yeah, well, I think
always
the thing
love
is
doing it alongside you too.
You can guarantee that you're going to be in the finals either way, just so you weren't sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, I've won an Eggman event before as well.
Yes.
You know,
yes,
I have that on my resume, just not in One Piece.
Sure. Just through Union Arena with a like weird tier 0 day 1 deck kind of situation. It's fine. Your skill
Red
made the
Zoro,
difference, though.
playing Red Zoro.
Yeah, well, essentially, yeah.
Those were days. But now we've got OP16 up on us. Such an exciting format. A lot of people are saying right now. We'll see how in 3 months how we feel about it. But for now, it's been very enjoyable to see. I don't know. Have we seen Dice Roll yet? I don't even know if we've seen Dice Roll.
I don't think so. We'll find out. It seems.
Well, I think both players did them.
No, this is the online special of how many cards. Oh no, I guess so. I guess must have been a mulligan. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
I was gonna say it was a mulligan, so I think we just missed it. But it'll be apparent in the first turn to see who, went first.
Yeah, looks like it is.
And it looks like Justin's going second.
Yeah, which means I think Justin probably won the dice roll to take it away from Teach. Is my guess.
But could have as good as a start as you can ask for right now off of full of lead. Finding a Sure You is going to be just a nice little piece to have, especially with, Black Hill Teach. What my friends have been telling me and what kind of our saying is that no stage, no gain, right? A lot of times, like, you're mulliganing for full lead because it is that good of a card within this deck. So good to be able to set up your trash, find your pieces. And we'll see if Justin's got any 2-drops to play. If Justin misses out on this turn, playing 2-drops and passes, that's going to be big for Tyler to be able to try to gain some momentum and get into this game. Has another search off the full lead that they can do. They can play stuff like Lafitte down on the field, or maybe even other 1-drops. It looks like Lafitte is going to be the option, at least this time around, looking at that top 5 for a Blackbeard Pirate.
Yeah, and this is, again, a tough start for Luffy. You have so many 1-drops and 2-drops that it's hard to imagine that you don't see one. So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate, but Luffy does have like the flexibility. So like, if you start drawing the chain of cards that you need to draw, that's good. I'm going to guess that there's an Emporio in hand for next turn too, which can help you just, for lack of other words, like vomit 3 cards onto the board, with playing Emporio, playing a 2-drop, and then the 2-drop, untapping 2 to play another 2-drop can be very handy.
There's San Juan Wolf, as we were talking about before. A great card to make your leader a base 7,000 power while also replacing itself in the hand. Ended up pitching the My Era Begins in favor to play the Van Augur out onto the field right now. Even though there's not really other characters to be able to minus with Van Augur, just having something that can protect your Lafitte for the odd curve is actually a big deal for Tyler right now. So excellent start. All that you can ask for, and especially if there's not a lot of 2-drops that come down onto the field in this turn for Justin, he's going to be salivating at the chance to win this title.
No. It looks like, okay, I really do like this play too. So if you know that your Lafitte's likely going to be, maintained, we got the redirect into the Von Augur, so we pretty much discard 1 to draw 1, and then we can use Lafitte again next turn for an additional draw 1.
Yeah, this Lafitte just gains so much value. And now playing down the Mr. 2 is going to restand 2 Dawn. Go ahead, tap the 4. We'll see what is played down onto the field. Looks like it's going to be a Mr. 4. So even though this Mr. 4 typically or Mr. 3.
Sorry. You said Mr. 2 and then you said Mr. 4 and you're like, oh, you're so close, Jake. You're right in between.
If I just say numbers 1 through 10, one of them is bound to be right. But Mr. 3, even though utilized mostly for the activate main, is going to be a nice 5,000 power swing to use. So I don't mind this play of just holding him down on the field right now. It is a little bit slow, but it is going to be a nice swing to be able to utilize in the future. Now off of the Lafitte, grabbing a full lead, a perfect card to pitch for full lead. Looking at that top 3 yet again, you've got 4 Dawn, kind of looking for a Katarina, I feel like, to be able to play out on the field, but finds another San Juan Wolf. Might actually just play the San Juan Wolf down on the field if you don't have like a Shuryu or something like that, just to be able to get your own 5,000 power swinging body on the field.
All right. Yeah, going down to 2 for blue-green. So again, a really tough start. And there's the Wolf too, going to be important. Even if you just get the redirect to the leader itself, it's going to be pretty strong. But we're going to see 6 Dawn for Justin here. Hopefully, finally some playable cards. One card that I think almost has to be stuck in hand is the 7 cost bow. It's so good when you play it on 7 or 8, but like if you see 2 of them in your opening hand, you just feel so slow.
Now we're at the point where you can't really protect Lafitte anymore. Too many bodies on the field named Mr. 3. That 2K Mr. 3 is going to be able to get that knockout right there. You still have 2 swings left.
Yeah, but it like offered so many chances to draw cards. Like I think it drew 2 or 3 cards.
There was 3, I think 3, or wait, 3, 5.
No,
yeah, I think it drew
2,
twice.
Just 2, but like
just 2 times.
That's huge. That's still like any kind of +1 you get is so important, especially like since the stage is technically a -1, even though it has like a lot of consistency going for it. It ends up being really important. So we do draw 1 for our buggy. Getting 2 back with our leader effect. We're going to use the 5k from Mr. 3 to take the damage.
Is going to be a Katarina trigger to draw 1 card and play a 1 cost on the field. It's going to be curious to see if he goes with the Vasco shot, which he just pitched for counter off the leader swing. Is going to go for that. You could go with like Lafitte. You could go with Vasco shot. You could go with Van Auger. So many different options, but now using the activate main on the Mr. 3 to draw 2 cards and negate the San Juan Wolf from swinging next turn. We know the Shuryu's in hand, so could just be a Shuryu next turn, put San Juan Wolf in the trash in life. Now getting the draw 1 from the Bond Clay on the on play effect. Rounding out the turn with a Luffy's kind of been a slow start, but has really bounced back with getting a bunch of bodies on the field, and especially with several of them active. There's not a lot of opportunities to be able to remove characters this early in the game for Tyler. Right. Getting a Prisoner of Impel down 2k off of the Luffy search is going to go ahead, end off the turn, move on to Tyler's 7 Dawn turn. We know that Shuryu's in hand from earlier in these searches, so more than likely going to be playing that down onto the field. But first, going with a full lead. I can't... Pitching and Marshall D teach 8 costs. I think that's the second one already hitting the trash.
Yeah, I think we hit 1 off of our, the first full lead. So full lead's, already munched up 2 of them, right? So, though I would say 8 drop teach is a good card that you need to play usually once per game. Generally, then after that, it's like a kind of a worse card. I think 10 drop teach ends up being more important. But, and there's a kitty cat wanting to be part of the action.
Trying to win the title alongside Tyler, but has to be not on the table. Is going to go ahead and swing the 5 and block with the Prisoner of Impel down because of that buggy on opponent's attack. Now is using Vasco shot with the extra Dawn being on the odd curve to swing at the Mr. 3 now that the blocker Prisoner of Impel down is gone, to force a card out of hand potentially. especially with 5 unique names. You want to be able to get bigger swings off of Luffy, so he's going to ask for that 1k counter out of the hand.
All right, we're going to play the Shiryu for 6 here. Discarding a 10 drop teach, just casually dropping a manga. That's fine. It's okay. You got to show it off.
Interesting enough, pitching the teach that we just grabbed, sitting at about a 4 or 5 card hand, I think, right now.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, there are chances like there just wasn't like a better card to grab at the moment too. Also, I mean, like I've been humbled from this past weekend too. It could be technically a second manga that's in hand too. Like there's people who play Teach really played the OP09 one, and a lot of those cards can carry over from there.
Plenty of good options and support with the previous OP09 set into this deck, but for blue-green Luffy, looks like he's going to be tapping 7. I think this is for the Gravity Blade Raging Tiger.
Blade.
So Gravity Blade is only going to be able to bottom deck Sanwan Wolf and Vasco Shot, but not being able to redirect into the Vasco Shot is actually kind of a big deal to be able to get an extra attack off in this game. And the Sanwan Wolf is just nice to be able to get rid of because that's also another 5,000 power swing. So taking the trigger off of this first one is going to draw 1 card and make our leader base 7,000 power.
Yeah, but we do have a lot of ways to attack 7. So since we have 5 unique names, this is going to be a 7k. We also, like Bond Clay can be a 7k. Or sorry, technically 8k, right? We also do have ways to now use the Mr. 3 effect on board to give 2 Dawn twice. Looks like we have It's My Era to look at top 3 to add a non-It's My Era Blackbeard Pirates card, so getting a 2k.
Not going for the Burgess, right? Something we haven't really seen in these games from Blackbeards, at least for a long time, is going to get the 2k and immediately use it there for that Bond Clay. Not really revealing too much more information, but the Mr. 3 activate main, just so good in this tournament, as we've seen, is going to attach 2 Dawn onto Buggy and the Prisoner, so then they could both swing potentially 8,000 power and is going to get aggressive, swinging that potential blocker.
Yeah, and you can't just get the free redirect to Shiryu with all these cards. Maybe could have done it for like the Luffy attack because the Luffy is only 7k, but without it, like you just had to like discard so many cards.
Yeah, definitely a good turn for Justin, especially with kind of a slow start. He's kind of battled his way back into this game, but we'll see how Tyler can respond to it. Is going to start clearing board, clearing out that starter deck Mr. 3. Even though it's not the lowest power character on the field, it is so important, especially to be able to get these bodies to be so big with Buggy and Prisoner. Is going to go ahead with the Full Lead to search within the top of the deck. Is going to find a Van Augur, so we'll see if he has an 8-drop to play on this turn. Could just go in with like another Shiryu or something if you really have to.
Yeah. And okay, we got a good amount of Dawn. I think we've got 8 left open, but for 4 we're going to play for 5 we're going to play Borsalino. Very good. Very strong.
My favorite Blackbeard pirate.
Yeah.
Now a Burgess coming down on the field to round out the turn. Not sure how much power Burgess is as of right now. I'd imagine it's probably somewhere around an 8,000 power character.
Yeah.
For +3. I think there's probably double digits in the trash. I would assume 12 is a safe number.
Oh, okay. 16.
Oh, it looks like 4.
Yeah, yeah. Now, if we have Grab Blade again, menacing. Like, again, just another good, like, I get rid of the Burgess, which is always tough to get rid of, and the Borsalino, which is nice, but, a pretty good back and forth game here. Burgess is really good at bullying some of these bodies, too. And we'll see.
Especially as time goes on.
Oh, it could be a 7 for a Boa here.
Boa would kind of have the choice of whether they want to stun Burgess or the Shiryu. I think the option would just be Burgess, just simply because he's now a 9,000 power character. He's bigger than Shiryu, but is thinking about tapping 5 instead or 6.
I'm not sure what they're thinking in the nicest way.
Maybe they were just tapping and doing some like shadow boxing kind of stuff of like, okay, here's what my Dawn would look like if I did this exact play.
Really thinking about it. I mean, if we want to do like the, attack Navy HQ, it'd be a bit of a tough play to do now. But it looks like it is going to be a Boa. And it's going to be on specifically the Burgess here, which I think is fine. We've
immediately using leader effect as well to restand 2 Dawn.
This is going to be a 5K due to having 4 unique names.
Tyler only having 2 cards in hand as well right now is going to go ahead and just 1K with that Van Augur. Super low hand size with another 5,000 power swing at lead is going to go ahead take the life. It is going to be a Shiryu to draw 2 cards.
Very nice. Going to 2 life and 3 cards in hand now.
Especially with pitching the 10-drop Teach earlier in the turn and only having, 1 card before the Shiryu trigger. I don't think you're afraid of a 10-drop. Really, as Justin.
I mean, it is going to prevent the Boa, which is obnoxious. That card being able to attack, especially potentially attacking twice with like a Brook next turn, could be enough to go for game. But we're just going to go 6. We're going to take it. Oh my. Thinking on the trigger. Could be a 5 or less. So could be used to get rid of Buggy, which I think is still fine.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Buggy, if you get rid of it, you would be able to prevent the blue-green or Justin from making that Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker, which could be nice on your swings in the next turn. So does go for that right there. Only a Prisoner to be able to... I think you definitely swing with the Prisoner now that Buggy is gone.
We haven't used the redirect for Marshall to teach. The other thing, too, is like, this is going to be a 6. They can redirect by discarding 1.
Such a small hand size, asking to redirect is a big deal, and it's going to be that redirect into Van Augur. Now going to 5,000 power. I really like this method of, I don't know if you've noticed, Tyler, he's got his deck in one orientation, but as he's building up the 4, he puts the cards to the other orientation. I just figured that out.
Yeah. Sorry, the trash, you mean, not the deck, right? Like the...
the trash, which is very neat. I'm going to start adopting that, actually, to help keep track.
Yeah, well, we've got 4 Dawn left. It could be a Mr. 3 Galdino. It might also be just like Mr. 3. You might need to just put it on the board and have it hang out. You might not need to be afraid of... Oh, it's going to be Croc.
Croc not opting to bring anything up and put down. Just going to be a 4-cost 6,000 power blocker on the field.
Why would we not want to put Luffy back into our hand? To play it again.
Because it has to be a 2-cost or higher.
Oh, it is 2 costs or high. I see. You're
right,
you
can't bounce Luffy back. You can bounce the Prisoner back,
sure,
to get a 2K in hand, but maybe just doesn't really have anything to play off of it anyway of a 2-cost or less.
You're right. Yeah, sorry. I'm so used to like 2 or less instead of You're right.
There's a lot of cards that we got to learn. For this format.
Like they're like the amount of like good cards in this set compared to others is just like insane. Like there are very few stinkers, I feel like, card-wise in this set right now.
Speaking of a stinker, the Marshall D. Teach was found off the full lead. And it happened to be
I think it was a Zaha, actually.
Or was it? I thought it was a gold Teach.
I thought it was a gold Zaha, but maybe I'm wrong. Well, I guess we'll find out. Yeah.
We need the ESPN replay.
Yeah, let me see. Let me just
so going in and swinging, clearing that Luffy. The 8,000 power swing now from the Shiryu coming in. We'll see if it's at the Prisoner or if it's at lead right now. But it would be 8-6 if it was at the Prisoner. Would have to force 2 cards out of hand. Could be running low on 2Ks as well. Even though you run so many of the Prisoners of Impel Down, you just might not have them.
All right, does get rid of it. One I'm watching. What's he getting? What's he adding from his hands from previously? Oh, you're right. Oh man.
Yeah, I think it was the gold Teach.
You're right. Sorry, I've never seen that card in person, so it doesn't exist to me. So it's fine.
I've seen the silver one.
Yes.
I've not seen the gold one.
Yeah.
But either way, that Boa not going to be able to swing within the next turn. And now we move into Justin's next turn. This is kind of the stage of the game where Blackbeard really stabilizes, specifically in this matchup, right? Because you have the Borsalino on the field, because you have the blocker Teach on the field, and the opportunity to redirect, you can negate a lot of these attacks, specifically for potentially not very many cards in the hand.
Yeah. We're going to play the Boa once again. So, I mean, that's going to be important. And you can't stun both. Like, as in, like, if two are on the board, right, you have to respect both.
And so now the Boa Hancock stunning the Teach, not going to be able to be rested, does actually negate a block. So is a pretty impactful situation right now with the 6K swing, is just going to block and let the Borsalino go away. Still sitting at 1 life. I think only 2 cards in hand for Tyler. This swing with the Crocodile is a big swing with 6,000 power. Could just be a redirect into one of the different bodies on the field, but still sitting with 4 Dawn. Could potentially be another Mr. 4. You're at a point right now as Tyler where you might be getting close to actually knowing what this last life is because of all the Lafitte's, all the full Leds. You might have actually cycled your deck and you may know what this last life is.
All right, going down. And then for 4.
This could also be another Crocodile potentially. It is going to be Crocodile.
Yeah, we're keeping that on the board. So we got a blocker. Their Teach can't attack. They've got some big numbers, though. Like, the issue is that there is that singular blocker.
Yeah, it's going to be... I feel like you're going to want to probably find another Teach right now to just keep these Boas negated, but you can only deal with 1 Boa right now. So, as you're saying, you know, could be a little bit of trouble.
Full at 3-0 on these 8-drop Teaches.
Yeah. I guess we just don't want 8-cost Teach.
Yeah.
For a life.
All right, looking through cards and trash again. Like our deck knowledge should be pretty close. Zaha into 10-drop Teach will likely win you the game. You put them down to 1. You've got a you get rid of their blocker, and then you'll have like a 7, 8, and however big Burgess is, like 11. So and I think if you Zaha, it actually goes up to 11. So that could be your avenue for winning. Not sure how many cards in hand for Justin.
I think he only has 2. It would be 3 off of this full lead, so that would have to be 2 of the 3 cards, which would be, you know, something that decks like Blackbeard could do in theory because they do so much searching and so much filtering. It's not unreasonable, but it's a gamble I think you're just making right now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Really thinking on this top 3, getting a Zaha. All right. Saying, likely saying, all right, I need to go for game, and this is going to be my avenue to do so. So
that's halfway there. You can actually play the Zehaha without playing anything onto the field. Fun fact.
Sure.
To get that life take. But especially with that Crocodile blocker on the field, you really need the 10-drop.
Yeah, so the biggest thing, too, is that you likely... This is going to sound weird. You likely need to do the 7K first. So we're actually going to do the 8. Into the Croc. We are going to take it. Okay. Interesting. After getting the Zaha... Yeah, would have definitely expected it to be a more aggressive turn. Especially since you can't get rid of, like, both. But yeah, okay, 10K into life.
There is maybe a situation as he goes ahead and just casually takes this, because why would you not? Where you need to have the Zehaha in the hand to be able to redirect.
Sure. Definitely a possibility.
Like, because of your low hand size, you might not have a trigger, even though you have Black Vortex, which is a trigger, is going to get the Van Augur down on the field. Do we have 4 8-cost Teaches in the trash, or just 3?
I think we have 3. If the 4th one snuck in there, I do not see it. But I don't think there's a trigger this game to get rid of something. All right, so we've got 9 Dawn left. We're gonna go big 8.
An 8,000 power. Are we doing a Shiryu this turn? Or Borsalino? Could be a Borsalino.
I mean, Borsalino's just great, unironically. Like, just gotta do it. Yeah.
Borsalino Van Augur could actually be interesting.
Yeah, Borsalino, heal 1.
Oh my gosh.
And then 1 for Von Augur, because that can represent... By paying 1, it's essentially a plus 3k. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
as long as it stays around, you get the redirect. It's better than it being in hand. For like,
and now this kind of
has.
This forces Justin to have either Brook or multiple characters. I think multiple characters in the restand event is unlikely, right? Especially because we have 2 characters of the same name and Boa on the field. So I think it has to be Brook.
Yeah, and like the
right
double,
now.
I mean, double unblockable is good, but the 1 life there has been helpful. And honestly, I've been testing
like 6 for Brook.
Yeah, I've been testing a lot of what is it? Yeah, 6 for Brook would be good. Of this deck. This has definitely sold me a little bit back on like Borsalino being kind of a good card. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think it just gives you like a lot of flexibility when you can just naturally find it, right? And there's that Brook. Brook on the on play, resting any card on your opponent's side. Choosing the Borsalino as the card of option, going a 6k ad lead is going to be a 2k Doc Q.
Yeah, but like being able to... Yeah, this should be game, I think.
Yeah. The 5k now going at the lead. We know the 1 card in the hand is the Zehaha. We have the Van Augur to be able to minus. We also have the Blocker Teach, but Blocker Teach isn't going to be able to block after this because of the unblockables.
Yeah, we're going to take the damage.
Okay. I would have thought that we blocked, but...
Sure. Because now we just get super... Right? Am I wrong? Yeah. Okay.
I think maybe
have it. Yeah.
I think maybe he was like looking for some sort of trigger or something like that to be able to utilize. Like, but I don't even know if like Van Augur would be able to save you. And blue green Luffy, even with a slow start in that one, was able to pull out from the game, especially like on the like 6th on turn and beyond. Just was able to do so much to be able to claw back into the game. You know, recognizing, hey, I just need to play this 2-drop 2k Mr. 3 to be able to, you know, have more bodies on the field and to apply a lot of pressure. My Mr. 3 4-drop, right, to be able to negate some of these attacks from either Shiryu or the Burgess just provides me enough time to be able to set up this finalized game plan. And it was played very, very well, I think.
Yeah, definitely a scary start for Justin, right? And I think that, it'd have to depend on like what was in hand if there was a capability for you to go for game as specifically Teach. It did not look like they had the cards for it specifically. I think they had the Zaha, but not a 10-drop to play off of it, unfortunately. It wasn't going to be like a guaranteed game, but had like a huge potential to be enough because they'd be at 1 life, unblockable, and then you'd have like 7, 8, and like 11. To do 3 attacks to do 2 damage. But again, blue green Luffy's been surprising me quite a lot, I think, this weekend and this week in general, and I'm sure a lot of other people as well.
Yeah, especially with the different builds that you can use and some of the different tech options. There's a lot of flexibility of like what kind of game plan you want to have. You know, do you want to go a super heavy count on like Boas, Brooks, and maybe even Gravblade, right? We saw Gravblade get value in this game. Do blue-green Luffy's now just run, multiple copies of Gravblade in their decks now to be able to deal with some of these annoying bodies in, yellow or purple NL or, whatever it may have you that you can face? Because even the trigger, even though as blue-green Luffy, you don't depend on the trigger, like a 5-cost body is really impactful sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And I see chat. Yeah, I guess, I don't know what it is. I guess, I think the last 2 events that I've hosted as well, I think Green Mihawk is one, like triple winner box. I have to go back in time and double check, but I don't know what it is. I don't know if like my inadequacy with playing green just means that when it gets onto my tournaments, they do well. Obviously, they won. Mihawk won in Los Angeles. We had this event. It won in Pomona previously in April too. So really, I don't. It's a peculiar trend that I've been a part of, but I think Justin's really been on this deck. I know for a while. It's really cool to see him play it and do well. And yeah, it's going to be, again, I think I've been underestimating Blue Green Luffy. It's going to be cool to see like a larger like scale this weekend if it's going to continue to do well. But it's been a surprisingly good deck, I'd say.
Yeah, I think just as more people have figured out like the deck, how to play it effectively, you know, take these like more patient turns or conservative turns of, you know, not swinging with your bodies every single chance that you can get to be able to maintain just more heavy turns of just like, okay, I'm going to wait just a little bit longer and then I'm going to go all in and swing with a whole bunch of pressure on you before you can get set up. I think has really been the difference of like, you know, how this deck has progressed within the, you know, reveals that we got in the beginning stages of the testing to the first 2 weeks of the Japanese meta into now the Western meta as we're developing into our first regional, into the Japan Championship that's this weekend as well, you know. And it's really curious to see because the other week in the Japan Championship, Blue Green Luffy was tied as the most populous deck in Top Cut. So it's been really cool to see how people have figured out this deck in real time.
Yeah. So we're going to end this one, but if you guys want to see the top 8 deck lists, they will be on my website, Eggman Events. In the next couple hours, we'll put it up tonight. And then also, if you did get a top 8 finish, you will need to message me within like the next 3 hours your address, because I am leaving for like 2 weeks after this. So probably could have gone away with not playing this event, but it was a good time. I'm happy it worked out, and I'm sure I'll sleep on the road when I'm the not driver. We'll see if that ends up being the case. So if Jake, if you get a knock at your door in Vegas with a very sleepy guy on the other side, it's probably going to be me. So we'll see. But
yeah, we'll be here.
Definitely. So thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. If you guys are going to Peoria this weekend, safe travels. I can't wait to see what happens there for our big first English version of the OP16 meta. And we're going to continue to have more content as we get it. So thank you guys so much. Congratulations to Justin for once again winning with Blue Green Luffy. And we'll catch you next time. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.